So much for being the IT capital of the United States.
I know.
Okay, I think we'll call this meeting to order. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Edgar. I'm the president of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and on behalf of the board, and I'd like to thank you and welcome you this morning. Today's meeting will be conducted remotely on the WebEx platform, as we've been doing for a number of weeks now. This telex conference meeting constitutes the board's regular public business meeting for the month of May 2020. We're very much appreciate, by the way, you're taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us this morning. We're experienced in these viral meeting protocols, so we're not going to spend a lot of time going over those. However, our staff will be able or happy to assist anyone who needs help. Please contact Brian Jones or Leslie Gallagher or any member of the staff, and either by email, telephone, or text if you need help. They'd be glad to assist you. There's also on page 2 of the agenda this morning a list of instructions if you need assistance. Regarding the meeting itself, the way we've run these meetings in the past, generally I'd like to proceed in a similar manner. As before, Ryan Jones will be the technical coordinator of the board, monitoring these meetings from a technical point of view. He, as well as Leslie and Michael Wright and other members of the staff, will field questions and comments addressed to the presenters or to the board members themselves from text emails that they receive. Or you can use the chat function on the platform if you feel comfortable doing that. Following each presentation, I will ask questions or comments from the board first, and after the board is finished, we will then unmute the public speakers, and Leslie and the staff will try to identify those who wish to address the board. And we're pleased to have you come and appear and address the board. Although we'll call on you on a first name, first come, first served basis. After we've completed the public testimony, I will bring the matter back to the board for more comments or questions and final actions. If the matter is an action item, if it's simply an informational item, we'll just move forward from that item. You should be aware that this meeting is being recorded and will be housed on our website, just as our streaming video has been done for a number of years now. We are probably taking a few breaks during the meeting for 15 minutes or so. And I'm thinking probably after the DWR presentations, somewhere in there, we will be taking a break, and I'll monitor that and get to that. We do have a closed session today, and we'll be taking a little staff break between the regular session and the closed session and try to complete that. Members, I think we have a fairly light agenda today since item 10A is going to be taken off the agenda and will be presented to the board at a later date. We do have a closed session, as I say, and therefore we're anticipating recessing this meeting to a closed session probably around 1 o'clock and completing the closed session around 2, I would estimate. Regarding the agenda items themselves, the first action this morning, we have a consent calendar, which is item 5 on our agenda. Has 5 items on the agenda this morning. Staff has informed me that these items are in order and that we have received or will be receiving core letters on these items. Michael just informed me that for item 5A and 5B, the core has informed the staff that the letters will be coming forthwith. They're not signed today, but we won't proceed with the issuance of the permit until we do receive those. The item 5D does not involve the Corps, and 5E is our request to the Corps to start the Section 408 process. So all these items are in order, and as I say, we're pending approval on items 5A and 5B. Obviously, the consent calendar is an action item. It's a consent item, and it will be taken as one single vote. Under item 7, we have Darren Suen has a rather lengthy report today. Under item 8, the core items, we don't have any reports from the Corps this morning. And under item 9, from the Department of Water Resources, there are 2 items listed on the agenda. Jeremy will give us a little recap on the annual Association of the State Floodplain Managers Conference and the FEMA Emergency Management Institute key messaging for the new flood insurance program that FEMA is rolling out actually this year. He's also going to give us a description of the Parha River Flood Risk Management Project that's now underway. For the board's information, Clyde and I were involved in this a little bit when those folks called us and wanted to know how projects like Safeka and Sabufka and Three Rivers were actually implemented in our valley. They were unable to get Proposition 218 votes and so on. So we had a series of conversations with them, and I'll be interested in seeing how they're coming along. They have a direct relationship with the Corps, and the state is only involved, I think, from a financing point of view on this project. We'll see when Jeremy gives us a report. He's also going to give us a heads up for next month, which is we've asked him to do, and that'll be helpful for the board, I think, as you're planning next month's meeting. Then under the category of board items, 10, we have 4 items which are listed on your agenda. 10A will be removed from the agenda at the request of the staff, because although I'm sure this item's still going to be controversial when it comes before the board, it's really not ready for public discussion yet at this point, because there's been no real offline discussion or negotiation between the parties, and I think that should occur at least so the staff is clear on what the issues are and what the facts are. And at this point, I don't think that's occurred. So we've taken that off the agenda, and that will be brought back at a later time. Items 10B, 10C, 10D are listed on the agenda. Item 10B is an action item, and the other 2 items are for information. And finally, we have our usual executive officers reports, including the normal board comments, committee reports, updates, and calendar for everyone's edification. So I said before, we do have a closed session today, and we'll handle that in the same way we have in the past. That is to say, we will recess the meeting of the board and go to a special Zoom meeting link, which Leslie has or will schedule, and we'll provide that link to the board. So that is basically a summary of the meeting. So it looks like an interesting meeting. As I say, it'll be a fairly light agenda, and we should be completed by noon or 1 o'clock, and then proceed to the closed session, and then adjourn the meeting and the closed session probably by 1:30 or 2. As you're probably aware, the welcome introductions and announcements is item number 1 on our agenda this morning, and there are 3 items we want to cover. First, there's the opening welcome remarks, which we've done. And next, under item number 1, there are introductions, and I believe Leslie has an introduction of a new employee this morning. Leslie, you want to introduce Megan, please?
Thank you, President Edgar, and good morning, everyone. We do have a new employee at the board, and Megan, if you'll turn on your camera so everyone can see you. I know she's with us this morning. She is Megan Gelini, our new senior environmental scientist in our newest branch, flood planning and programs. So she's the first employee staffing that branch, and that's those are the folks that are working on the YOLO bypass partnership work, some really important large projects that we're working in conjunction with the department on. One of the biggest reasons we hired Megan is because she enjoys engaging with the public through outreach and scoping meetings. And, you know, we're going to have a lot of public outreach. So we're very happy to have her with us for that. Technical specialties include hydrology, water quality, air quality, and greenhouse gas analyses. And just like Greg on our staff already, she's an alum of the University of Nevada, Reno, where she received a hydrology master's degree, and UC Riverside with a BS in environmental science. So welcome, Megan. And were you able to get your camera on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you,
Awesome.
Leslie.
Okay, thanks, Leslie, and welcome aboard, Megan. We're pleased to have you here, and certainly look forward to seeing you several times before the board, making presentations and so on. Finally, under item number 1, do we have any other announcements, Les, that you need to make at this point?
No, Mr. President.
Okay. We're on item 2, members. The roll call. Ryan, please call the roll to determine for the record whether or not we have a quorum to conduct our business, please.
I could go ahead and do that, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you.
I think Ryan's having difficulty. Board Member Valines,
Here.
Board Member Ramirez,
Here.
Board Member Johnson,
I'm here. Good morning, everybody.
Board Member Griego,
Here.
Board Member Countryman,
Present, good morning.
Vice President Dolan. You're on mute.
What? I'm here.
Thank you. And President Edgar.
I'm here. Thank you very much, Leslie, and good morning again, everybody. Members, we're on item 3, which are the minutes. We have 2 listed on the agenda this morning. One is the February 26th minutes of the 26th meeting, and the other is the
March 26th.
March 26th. February 26th are not ready for approval yet, but the ones for March 26th are ready, and therefore Ms. Dolan under item 3 is presenting the minutes for the March 26th regular board meeting to the board for your approval this morning. Approval of the board, obviously, for the March 26th meeting is an action item for the board. So Ms. Dolan, our Vice President and Secretary, has this item. Ms. Dolan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President, for introducing this item. My apologies to you all. We're still working on refining the February minutes, so they're not before you, but March 26, 2021 are. So let me pause to see if any of you have comments, corrections that you have identified, or clarifications. I can see all your faces and nobody's nodding or shaking. I will move approval of the minutes of March 26, 2021.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Secretary Dolan, seconded by Mary Jane Griego, that the minutes of the March 26th meeting be approved. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, unanimously approved by the board, the minutes of March 26th. Thank you, board members. Members, we're on item 4, review of the agenda. Leslie, do you have any further comments on the agenda that you want to make at this point?
I believe the agenda is in order with the modifications that you, President Edgar, mentioned this morning.
Okay. Item 5, we're on the consent calendar. And as I indicated this morning, all the items are in order and ready for your approval. And unless somebody in the public wants to remove and discuss one of the 5 items on the consent calendar, items A through E, will constitute the consent calendar for this morning. The consent calendar, for everyone's information, it will be voted on a single motion, single second, and disposed of with a single vote. And obviously, it's a action item. Do members of the board have any questions on items 5A through 5E?
Nope.
Okay. Are there any questions from the public? You see any, Les or Ryan?
I have nothing here, Mr. President.
I see nothing from the public also.
Okay, may I have a motion and a second on items 5A through 5E?
I would move approval of the consent agenda.
I'll second.
That's Jane.
Okay, moved by Vice President Dolan, seconded by Joe Countryman. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the consent calendar is approved. Members who are on item 6, public comments not on the agenda. Are there any public comments that have been submitted to Ryan or you, Leslie, that need to be talked about at this point?
I have no advanced submissions, Mr. President.
I haven't received anything either.
Okay, then none for written submissions. Is there anyone in the public that wants to address the board on matters not on the agenda? Matters not on the agenda. Do we see any in the hands or chat area or anything?
I see no chat.
Could we just perhaps, Ryan, if you could remind folks how to unmute themselves?
Yes, for those that are calling in on the phone, I see we have a few call-in users. You're gonna do *3 to raise your hand and lower your hand, and then *6 to mute and unmute yourself.
Thank you, Ryan. Do we have anybody wanting to speak?
It doesn't look like it.
Okay, thank you. We'll proceed then to item 7. Remember, we're on item 7. This is our legislative report, and Darren, you submitted a whole bunch of information, so let's proceed, please.
Thank you, President Egger. Good morning. Good morning, Vice President Dolan, members of the board, Darren Senior Board staff. I will try to keep my remarks brief because we have a special guest this morning. I'd like to briefly mention Helene Schneider. She's here to provide a presentation on the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness. I'll provide a little more detail about that later, but I think it's something that is will be of use and significant to all our stakeholders listening, given the issues of encampments that we're dealing with on our levee system, as you will hear about in our future items in the board items in item 10. Let me start. Ryan, could you next slide, please? Thank you. I'll start with our state legislative items. I issued essentially an updated packet for bills of interest so you can see the status there. Real quickly, as you all know, on May 14th, our governor introduced a $100 billion California comeback plan. That May revised budget is being discussed right now in the Capitol. Of the bills of interest, I thought I'd highlight a couple that of note, which are the Senate Bill 369, introduced by Senator Pan, is currently in the Assembly Water, Parks, and Wildlife Committee, so it's made its way through there. We understand there is a minor amendment adding the city of West Sacramento. You may recall this bill creates the overpass attached-to partnership, which is comprised of 15 state, federal, local agencies from an MOU that was signed back in May of 2016. So just 5 years ago to this month. Of course, the board is part of that MOU as well. West Sacramento was not on that originally, so they're being added in this piece of legislation. Also note is Assembly Bill 921 has gone to the floor, introduced by Assemblyman McCarty. This provides state authorization to receive funds for the West Sacramento Flood Control Project that was already authorized by the Army Corps of Engineers. It also provides an opportunity for RD 900, the Reclamation District 900 in West Sacramento, to annex in the areas of maintenance area 4. Which has been in the works. This bill started back during the COVID period and was abandoned due to the shortened legislative cycle and has now been reintroduced. So that bill is on the floor vote in the Assembly. Ryan, next slide, please. Thank you. So we'll move to federal news. Today, the president's budget in your report that I provided, I mentioned May 27th. That date got pushed back a day. We later learned that the president's budget would be released today. So it is being highly talked about. One of the things of note there is President Biden increased the amount for the FEMA BRIC program, Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities, to $1 billion, double from $500 million. And I think you might hear more about BRIC later on in Jeremy Eric's presentation, so I'll leave that to him. In general, the conversations about infrastructure continue at the White House. We understand there are bipartisan meetings happening between in the House and on the Senate side. We understand Speaker Pelosi is trying to release a draft bill in the House by July 4th. So we'll see how that progresses. Coincidentally, also the Army Corps of Engineers is doing a press conference on their budget for the American Army Civil Works program today as well. In fact, it's happening pretty soon around this time. So we look forward to hearing more about that. President Biden has requested the highest annual budget amount for the Army Corps, $6.8 billion, which is the highest ever in the Civil Works program. Okay. Apologies. President Ager, just a test. Can you hear me okay?
It's a little muffled, Darren.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, I can hear it, but it's muffled.
Not sure why.
Yeah, this is Jay, and it's usually me that has this issue, but I'm putting my ear right to the receiver, and you're saying important things. It's hard to hear. Sorry.
Okay, no, I apologize. Let's see, not here. Is that better? Any different?
Not much different, but go ahead, Darren.
It's better.
It is better. Okay,
I can hear you.
Okay, good. I maxed out everything here. Okay, so I left off with the Army Corps of Engineers budget from the president being the highest ever annual budget amount requested for the Civil Works program. Moving on to earmarks, or as the House and Senate have named them, community project funding and congressionally directed funding requests. A lot of the Senate and House have both began accepting requests for these. The letters that I provided in your packet are letters that the board has sent on behalf of local agencies to support the Yola Bypass Comprehensive Study, the West Sacramento Flood Control Project, and the Lower San Joaquin Feasibility Study Phase 2. Now, the only thing I wanted to clarify in here is that for the FY22 appropriations, there still needs to be discussion and reconciliation And so we'll see if this will still happen. But nonetheless, we're moving forward in the process and supporting these projects that are important to the state and these areas within the state, Sacramento, West Sacramento, and San Joaquin region. Also, back in March and April, the Army Corps of Engineers requested input on the implementation guidance for the Water Resources Development Act 2020. You all may remember that. We participated in those sessions, as well as we provided, together with DWR, provided a joint letter specifically on Section 209, which pertained to the Lower Bypass Comprehensive Study. The board also signed on and contributed to more broader letters submitted by the National Waterways Conference and the National Association of Stormwater Flood and Stormwater Management Agencies, or NASCAR, the two organizations that we participate in. Now, the only things we submitted these letters on water implementation guidance. However, the direction of the Corps and how that will be received will, of course, be driven by their new Assistant Secretary of the Army. We received notice that the new nominee is the former Deputy Interior Secretary, Michael Connor, but he has yet to be confirmed. You all know that the Principal Deputy ASA is Jamie Pinto. And then I also wanted to briefly mention the Assembly member Maxine Waters released her discussion draft on the National Flood Insurance Program reauthorization, very similar to what was done in the 116th Congress, so there's some minor tweaks, but most of it is the same in this Congress. That is also, we're waiting for the Senate version of that, and that will also make its way through the federal process. So we'll wait to hear more on that as well. Some of the key things that were we took note of in there were insurance rates for non-certified levies. So basically, if you have a levy before it was not recognized for having no protection if it wasn't certified by FEMA, but this bill has gotten more progressive by providing recognizing some protection from existing levies, as well as providing more funding for mapping. We recognize that the federal government recognized that it's critical that we have the data, and that flood mapping needs to continue. And then finally, legislation formally proposed by Representatives Garamendi and Lamalfa to help with agricultural properties and providing variance for agricultural structures. That's also contained in this release from Representative Waters. Also, from the flood risk management standard perspective, you may recall President Biden talked about reinstating the flood risk, federal flood risk management standard that President Obama had adopted in his term. We understand that will be reintroduced in the near future. And then finally, on NASMA, a while back, NASMA held and this is a kind of a mouthful, a virtual mentoring session for flood risk management and public works agencies to share best practices and discuss solutions to risks posed by encampments of persons experiencing homelessness. That is a mouthful, but as I started with this conversation earlier, mentioning Helene Schneider, this is where we met Helene, who was a panelist. This national workshop was talked about this issue that's been experienced all across the nation. I'm really proud to say that Executive Officer Leslie Gallagher, myself, and Scott Shapiro of Downey Brand were able to participate from the California end. And it was interesting panel discussion as well as information that was shared. Segue into Helene Schneider. I think should provide a useful information as a resource that local agencies can use in the future to help with this issue that is growing throughout the state and this nation. Next slide, please, Ryan. So I'm going to segue over now. I'm going to start with slide a brief bio on Helene. She joined the U.S. Interagency Council of Homelessness in January of 2018 after serving 17 years in municipal government as mayor, city council member, and housing authority commissioner for the city of Santa Barbara. She covered areas throughout California and Arizona, working as a member of the U.S. Interagency Council of Homelessness National Initiatives team, and served as a bridge between federal, statewide, and local stakeholders to support and enhance efforts to end homelessness and facilitate connections on related policies, resources, and best practices. So she obviously has a lot of experience on the policy and working in the sector, and so we're proud to have her here join us this morning. Helene, can we switch over to you? Ryan, can we switch over to Helene?
Sure, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I have, of course, some slides. Darren has a copy of them that can be sent out afterwards, so don't feel like you need to take a bunch of notes. It's a pleasure to be here this morning, and I've been very excited to connect homeless service providers and leaders with public works and flood control management agencies. There's a connection here that we don't normally see, and we should enhance those partnerships. So I'm really pleased to be able to be a part of that. So if I'm going to share my screen now, this one, I believe, and hopefully you can see that. And I'm going to start my slideshow. Okay, do you see the slide as a slideshow, I hope?
Yes, we do, Helene.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
All right. So again, thank you so much. I'm really pleased to be here today, and I want to give you an update. And I'm sure many of you are even thinking, what the heck is this USICH thing? So I'm going to bring that up as well to give some connections about what we're up to. But first, I want to just give a big overview interaction of what's happening on the ground. Each year, communities across the nation do what's known as a point in time count. It is a snapshot of what we see in any given night. This happens in January of each year, and then HUD, the Housing and Urban Development Department, puts out a report. So this was the report from the 2020 point in time count. It was released, the report was released earlier in 2021, but this was from a point in time in January 2020. So important to remember, this is pre-COVID, these numbers. And we saw, and this is a snapshot, that on any given night, almost 581,000 people across the country experience homelessness in the United States. The report, if you want to ever look at it, it can go into detail about which area of the country. It goes by demographics, it goes by gender, by racial issues, whether you're veterans or not, families, all those issues, but this is the aggregate in this point in time. What we know, and I know what you experience as well, is looking at people who are experiencing homelessness unsheltered, meaning not part of a shelter capacity, or these are people who are in creeks and waterways, or out on sidewalks, or places, or in their vehicles, or places that are not designed for habitation generally. And California, unfortunately, is #1 in the state. We like being #1 on a lot of things in California, but this is not one of them. We're 70.4% of the number of people experiencing homelessness in the state of California are unsheltered. And we have, and it's 113,000 people. That was the point in time there. So a large number, and I know people witness this and see this, and the experience behind it presents its challenges. So that's just sort of a general snapshot picture. But let me get into a little bit about what USICH is, the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness. It was authorized by statute in Congress back in 1987. So we've been around for a while. We're very tiny too. We're an interagency. When we're fully staffed, are about 20 people. And our job is to be the hub that moves the message forward in terms of interacting with all the different federal agencies. There are 19 different federal agencies that one way or another deal with the issue of homelessness in America. So you think in particular like HUD, VA, HHS, but also the DOJ or Department of the Interior or USDA, Department of Labor. So each of these agencies bring in a representative to serve on the council, and they meet quarterly. And then we have interagency working groups, and we look at how do we measure data and look at performance measurement and accountability. Yesterday, the Biden-Harris administration had its first council meeting for their administration and made a motion and a vote to appoint HUD Secretary Fudge and VA Secretary McDonough as the chair and vice chair of the U.S. Interagency Council on Homelessness. What that tells us is that the council is going to be comprised at cabinet level, at the highest level, showing the importance of the administration on this issue. So we're very excited about that. The council appoints an executive director, and then we have this national partnership. So my job as regional coordinator, there are 5 of us around the country who make the connections between what happens at the federal level with local communities, or like what I like to say, connects research to reality, right? At the local level, you are the to work with local and state representation and elected leaders and business leaders and faith-based groups and social service agencies about implementing these policies. And my job as a regional coordinator is to understand best what's happening and share best practices, and also bring that feedback back up to DC when they're looking at policies and processes in order to see what works or where the gaps in those, where the gaps are and how to fill those gaps. California, as was mentioned, and my region covers California and Arizona, as you can see on the map here. What we mean by ending homelessness, and we know there are communities that have done tremendous results in certain areas, and we know that there are best practices that can happen. What we mean by it is, of course, we want to prevent homelessness whenever possible. But if that is not possible, then we want to make sure someone's homelessness is rare, brief, and a one-time occurrence. As a federal agency, we have criteria and benchmarks in order to figure out how we know we are being successful and how we're being successful over time. So that it's not like it's a one-time type of activity that happens with success. We want to make sure it's a sustainable activity over time. There's a lot of details related to that, but that is basically what we look at about our definition of ending homelessness. One of the things that I wanted to take a little bit of time saying, in this past year, many of us learned so much about what was happening with COVID-19 and how did that relate to the issue of people experiencing homelessness and the systems involved. We were really, really concerned a little over a year ago when COVID first hit that the number of positive cases would skyrocket amongst people experiencing homelessness, and that would overwhelm the hospitalizations and the direct healthcare facilities. And so there was some significant work amongst so many different people at so many levels in terms of pivoting and making sure people experiencing homelessness were given access to non-congregate care, to really connect them with healthcare facilities. Bringing that outreach was really very important. And we were very pleasantly surprised in some ways, and maybe not surprised, but really just to see how that work paid off, in that the level of incidence of COVID-19 amongst people experiencing homelessness did not rise in some areas to the same level even within the general public. So there was a lot of work that happened there through collaborative efforts that led to a better outcome than we were fearing. What that did mean, though, and as I'm sure some of you have been reading or experiencing in your agencies, is it led to a different way of interacting with people, especially in encampments or people in unsheltered areas, where the CDC came out with guidance and looking at how to minimize the spread of COVID-19. when looking at encampments saying, you know, it is best not to have policies that would quote unquote sweep camps or remove camps, because we wouldn't then have access to connecting with people who are in those encampments. They might move around an area and then might spread COVID-19 in other areas. So to try to mitigate that spread, there was a really strong recommendation from the CDC not to clear camps. I think, though, looking back, some of that messaging was a little misunderstood, in that it did not mean don't engage with, it did not mean not engaging with people in the camps to help them get housing. And so over time, what we saw happen for a variety of reasons was the number and size of encampments in certain areas, California being one of them, started to grow. And that has also led to other concerns. Certainly, I know is the issue of encampments in waterways, in creek bed areas, and flood control areas. This was a concern, an issue pre-COVID. And so we are trying to take what lessons we've learned over the last year or so and seeing what we can do moving forward to try to mitigate the impacts of that. One of the things that came out of COVID-19 that was very positive is a strengthening of the partnerships between homeless service providers and healthcare providers, especially among county public health agencies, and really seeing homelessness as a public health crisis, not just about mitigating the spread of a pandemic, but also just the day-to-day health experiences and impacts that homelessness have on individuals and on the community at large. And what we want to do moving forward is really try to strengthen those relationships as well between housing, healthcare, and homelessness. Some other, and I mentioned the number, size, and locations of encampments. The other thing that key observations, lessons learned, was extreme staff fatigue and burnout. I mean, and then I'm sure you have seen this as well in your agencies, just so much intention made, and in the urgent situation, you can take that on for a period of time. And I think we all thought the pandemic was not going to last as long as it did, but it extended longer than we had hoped. And that intensity of work over, and the consequence of not doing things well in terms of public health in the general sense, was a lot for people. And the level of staffing available, the level of volunteerism that was available, was hard to meet all the need. And so you had a lot of, a small number of people doing a lot of work for a long period of time. And we're still experiencing those challenges of fatigue, of staff burnout, of trying to raise capacity and raise the level of number of people who are able to do the work. And that is a lot of what the federal funding and state funding that's coming up is trying to help elevate the number of, the level of the capacity and staffing the work well. What this pandemic also showed us is there were some fantastic ways that we learned how to leverage federal, state, and local funding towards a common goal, which was some form of non-congregate shelter or permanent housing. You may have seen in papers or in media outlets the term Project Room Key and Project Home Key in California, where the state of California was able to take federal CARES Act money as well as reimbursement from FEMA to pay for the costs associated with bringing people into non-congregate shelter. And FEMA did this not to solve homelessness. FEMA did this to mitigate the spread of a virus. And what happened was that this was an agency that didn't really interact much with homeless service providers, and yet we're still within the federal government. So learning how each agency works, I'm sure you see this in your own counties or in your own systems, right? You have your own language, you have your own process, you have your own ways of getting funding or allocating it. And if you don't know those details and don't interact much, it can be difficult to figure out how to best leverage those funds. Well, we learned a lot in the last year looking at how we can use FEMA money for disaster preparedness and disaster recovery efforts for something that was related to a public health emergency. What can we do now to look at this long term and look at this in a way that can be sustainable over time? So FEMA, that was very excited for us to learn about this and to be able to engage with FEMA in the ways that we haven't before. We did a number of seminars over the past year, and one of them we had someone from Detroit, and I just thought this quote was really important, right? If it's unacceptable for people to remain homeless during COVID, how can we go back to it being acceptable afterwards? And the thought of all this energy and time and funding going into helping people getting to non-congregate shelter, when the pandemic's over, we don't want to just move people back out onto the streets. There's got to be a better way. And back to normal is not necessarily the best situation. We want to be better than what normal was before. So how do we move forward here? I mentioned the staff fatigue and capacity and staffing, but looking at also how do we move people from congregate and non-congregate shelter or who are still unsheltered into permanent housing? How do we keep that strong contact with those in permanent housing so they can maintain stability over time? These are the big issues that we're looking at now. So a lot of funding came in last year, and trying to understand how each of it works, how to prioritize funding for the best maximum use, how to leverage it with state and local funds. One of the CARES Act, for example, $4 billion in emergency solutions funding is a lot of money around the state. I mean, we are seeing more funding now on this issue between this and some other bills that are happening, or even proposals that are happening now with the Biden-Harris administration, that we have to do it right? I think if we don't figure this out now with the funding and the investment that we're having, we're never going to see this kind of investment again. So it's an opportunity to really learn what we have learned over the last year, and to try to figure out how to harness and expand and strengthen the relationships here to move things forward. But some significant funding related to that dealt with things like funding for street outreach teams to help people get into permanent supportive housing or non-congregate shelter. People who connect with other agencies like yourself. You focus on water, on flood control, on water management. You're not social service workers, and nor should you be. You have your expertise. There are other agencies that have their expertise. How do we connect the two in the best way in order to find a common goal? And how do you fund it? What's the quilting of those, the quilting of those different funding opportunities towards reaching that common goal? So this is one sense, and there's a lot of funding still in the CARES Act that hasn't been expended yet. So one thing to think about in terms of where do you all fit in Central California is to connect with your continuum of care, is the phrasing used. These are a group of individuals where the funding either goes to a city, a county, or your continuum of care. That determines which agencies are the ones that receive the funds to do the work. And so how do you partner with them? Those are the types of things that I'm hoping this partnership can continue moving forward. The American Rescue Plan Act, just from this past year in March, additional funding, $5 billion for the development of affordable housing or other tenant rental-based assistance. One of the things we know we're concerned about moving forward is, as eviction moratoriums lapse, want to make sure that we don't see a huge rise in evictions and people falling into homelessness. We want to prevent that as much as we can. There's child tax credits, the funding that's going directly to state and local governments to help their economic development piece. Part of it is this emergency rental services I mentioned, offering directly to renters, assisting landlords, and trying to streamline that process so that way it is helpful for them to reduce the level of evictions should someone be in a situation where they were not able to pay rent. And then just the other day, in terms of youth homelessness, not that this directly relates to your work, but I did want to make sure you knew about it, another round for notice of opportunity for funding for families. And this is another way of trying to reach out. It's a preventative measure, trying to get young people off the streets, many of whom may be unsheltered as well. So a lot of different categories, and that's part of the challenge, is to try to keep track of them all. I do want to, as we are, and I'll keep time for questions, bring up with USICH, we have a number of resources available of best practices, of things to consider about certain issues, of hot topics. And please feel free to reach out to me, either go through Darren, or I'd be happy, I'll put my email in the chat as well. If you wanted to get some expertise or some guidance about issues, for example, like encampments, and wanted to bring up some of the tips here as well. And I think the methodology is probably similar to things when you're looking at here's a problem and how to solve it. First is you want to establish a benchmark and get good data, create those partnerships and collaboratives. You use a coordinated entry system means how do you prioritize who are the most vulnerable in a situation and make sure that the most vulnerable get the assistance they need, and try to prioritize those services and funding towards them. Making sure that if you're trying to help people leave an encampment or leave an unsheltered situation into a shelter, if that is the only way, they can't go right into permanent housing, to reduce the barriers that might come about. For example, if someone who's in an encampment has a pet and that is their source of security and their connection, shelters who deny having pets around might lead to the person saying, I'm not interested, I'd rather be on the streets. Reducing those barriers, so allowing people to bring their possessions, their pets, their partners with them into a situation where they are able to have dignity and privacy in a shelter, helps them then make that decision to start thinking about life outside of an encampment and being unsheltered. You might have heard the term housing first model, and housing first is basically saying in order to reduce homelessness, that people need a home. They need a safe place to put their head down at night, each night. That doesn't mean that's the only thing they need. It's the first thing they need. And then whatever else they may need, whether it's behavioral health assistance or issues related to substance abuse concerns or job placement or issues related to whatever their situation is, you surround those services with them. But the first thing is to get them into safe, secure housing. That's what housing first means. It's not housing only, it's just housing first. And I think that gets a little confused with some folks when they hear the housing first model. In putting this together for NASMA I guess a few weeks ago, I did come up with an acronym that I thought was applicable, flowing, right? You like water flow and the way it works. But there's that term is actually used as well in the homelessness services field in terms of what is the flow of people going from the streets into housing, and to look at the funding. For example, how do you braid the local, state, and federal resources together to its maximum effect? Using a low barrier approach to shelter and housing opportunities to assist people as much as you can to get them into that shelter and housing. The outreach services to keep them consistent and continual. When people, you hear from people experiencing homelessness a lot, that especially those who have been on the street for maybe a long time, their stories of the system failing them in one way or another. And that level of trust may have eroded over a long period of time. It won't be easy sometimes to get people who want the help. And it's just that continual effort to ensure and build that trust up again. And that's where those street outreach teams are experts at, that building of the trust, the connecting with them to try to figure out what exactly it is that they need and how to get it to them. So those outreach services are important. And then looking at the whole person. It's not just someone for shelter, it could be a health related need. What are we looking at in terms of their job opportunities? What is their family situation? Looking at the whole person themselves in terms of getting them to the place where we hope that they can become self-sustaining into the future. I have in the slides, and again, I forward them over to you, just a bunch of links over a number of things. The state has a great document helping figure out how to prioritize all the various federal and state funding that's out there, and what's the best use of each bucket of funding for a particular purpose. Some other resources here as well. And just sort of to end towards this, those who have ever seen me do presentations, regardless of the specific topic, I usually end with this slide. And just to bring out, what does it take? And you can use this for a lot of issues, but, to try to end homelessness in America, first off, the political will. And political will doesn't have to just be about elected officials. Of course, they are certainly a big part of setting policy, and you need their political will and their attention on the issue. Every one of us somehow has some form of authority, jurisdiction, something, and bringing that forward and making this a priority and keeping that at the forefront is really very important. In addition to that, the effective use of adequate resources. We have more resources now than we've had in a long time, as I mentioned before, but we need to use it well. And how do we do that? And how do we connect and understand how each funding source can be used in the best way? We need to bring that collaborative approach, which is why I'm so excited to be able to speak with you today and others in the public works and water management world, because I think there's areas of mutual interest, and yet we haven't had many conversations. And hopefully this is a beginning of something where we can expand on best practices and share ideas and take that collaborative approach. And then finally, a never give up attitude. This is, if it was easy, we would have figured this out by now. It took a long time, I think, for us to get to the point where we are. It's going to take some time to make some serious engagements. There have been exciting things that have happened. For example, from 2010 to 2020, the number of veterans experiencing homelessness in this country went down by over 50%. We know it can work. It takes these kind of things to make it work. We want to do what we can to be as successful as possible. So this is how you can get a hold of me. Again, you can also go through Darren or however it works. And again, I'm only in Santa Barbara. It's pretty close. Hopefully someday I'll be able to meet with folks in person. But again, I really appreciate the ability to speak with you today, and don't want to take up too much of your time, but obviously want to make it open for questions. And I really appreciate your time today. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Helene. That's actually very timely and very important for us. Darren, let me ask you to help us out here. Obviously, this is an issue where it seems to me everybody's involved, but nobody's in charge. And at the state level, we've kind of taken the lead. The board has taken the lead because we're the primary state agency that's responsible for the maintenance and operation of the levees in the federal system. And so we're looked to maintain the integrity of the levees. And this is an issue that we've addressed before and is timely. However, the question comes, we don't want these people digging into the levees, making their homes in the levees and so on. But how do we coordinate or collaborate with those folks like the city of Sacramento that's doing a great deal and has a fair amount of money to get these people out of homelessness, get them off the streets and into shelters, get them off the streets is what they're trying to do. So it seems to me that the local governments are the ones that are taking the lead on this. And we as the state are trying to work with them in every way we can. But tell me how that's going to work. Who's really going to take the lead and get these programs up and running? Is it for example, the city of Sacramento or West Sacramento or Yuba City, or how's this going to work?
Thank you, President Edgar, and thank you, Helene, for your presentation. It's very informative, as before. I would say the answer is all the above. You know, we the board has taken the lead in terms of highlighting this issue, informing our stakeholders, as evidenced by this presentation today. And when we first even started partnering with the legislature and trying to push forward a bill on this matter, and education, I believe, is the first and foremost. You know, the reaction. We're mindful and passionate about our infrastructure, which is our duty. But the issue of homelessness and encampments on this infrastructure, my personal opinion is that the reaction initially was, you know, it was something that we tried to deal with in the same way as you know, vegetation or something very simple, I should say. And as we know, when you're dealing with people, it's anything but simple. And learning about encampments, learning about what goes on and the demographics and how it's made up of just as diverse a population as the regular society and needs to be dealt with in such a way. and understanding how to deal with that compassionately, all those things create a very complex set of issues that go beyond infrastructure. And I think by educating our inspectors, by educating local agencies, it also helps enable them to deal with it more effectively. You mentioned City of Sacramento, Yuba City, all these folks, they're going after money, they're using their own money to address the issue of housing. We, the board, have begun, we just had our inspectors had a session with one of the City of Sacramento's homeless trainers on how to deal with the population. So there's a lot of cross training that's going on between our organizations, and so you're going to have the local agencies that still need to take the lead in terms of implementation, getting people into housing. But when it comes to our infrastructure, I think our role is an education role, is bringing people together, learning about what resources like Helene they have available to them, and then relying on them to use their resources to actually put people into housing. So for us, if you want to stay in our lane, so to speak, it's about education. Sure, all the local maintaining agencies have the information and resources, but then they're going to have to go out and get the funding and then use it accordingly.
Okay, any questions from the board at this point?
I have a comment, I guess. I don't think we can protect the people with this education approach. We have to have some authority to protect the levee system from being damaged. We have to be able to move people off of those levees if they like it or not. And I don't know, I just don't think it's realistic to think that that's going to happen through an education program.
Thank you, Board Member. I think you'll see that it is starting to happen. The local governments are starting to be able to figuring out ways to operate within the realm of the Boise decision by providing people places to go, whether it's getting them into housing or getting them safe spaces, as the City of Sacramento has just done. So but understanding that we needed to provide them a safe space is a piece of education and educating on, and this is something we haven't rolled out yet, countrymen, which is speaking directly to homeless encampments and trying to educate them on not to dig into the levees. I think there's room for that piece of education that we have yet to try out. So I think education still remains a good tool for us. We also need action. That's what you're implying. And we'll have to rely on our local governments until we are able to have a program of funding of our own that we can then use to take action.
Through the chair.
Yes, Mary Jane.
I want to thank Darren for bringing this presentation and Ms. Schneider for the presentation. It's good to know that you're out there. Being in the local government for as many years as I have, I think it's wonderful to see local government starting to try to move people into shelters, but there is a certain part of the homelessness that don't want to go in shelters. And they're still in our waterways, they're on our rivers, they're in our lakes, and the destruction that they're doing, to the water quality and to the areas that were potentially recreational areas for the public, is just devastating. I've seen some of the cleanups that we've done around the Yuba River and the Feather River. I can see them with my own eyes where they're camping out in small creek areas where there's a lot of brush and they can hide in there, but still the damage is being done. So I hope that we're able to protect these areas, especially the levees, because this is what we're here for, is to make sure those levees are protected. But we have to admit that even through all this education and this effort, there's still going to be a certain segment that do not want to participate in these programs, that they're going to want to be out there for whatever the reasons, whether it's drugs or whether it's crime, whatever it is. We have to at least acknowledge that and make sure that our local law enforcement are aware, that they can help move them along. Where they're going to go, I don't know. We just push them from one jurisdiction to another in reality. But thank you.
Well, and I think you just encapsulated it, right? That the goal is not to manage the system and move it around. The goal is to really dig deep at what the core issues are and solve the core issue. And there are a number of people who will, with the right approach and the right intention, get into housing. The ones that may take a little longer, we have to figure out what is it that's creating that barrier and how do we remove that barrier. And that's where this collaborative approach comes in, because there is obviously a safety issue, not only for the people in the levee, but for the whole system if something should break down. And the levee's there to protect a wider area, of course, and that is your purview. So how do we have stronger connections between local government, law enforcement, street outreach teams, water management groups, all of us, to coordinate the activities to find towards that common result? Yep.
Thank you.
Any other board members at this point want to make any comments? Okay, let's open it up to the public, please.
Mr. President, I believe Andre Licon had his hand up.
Andre, please.
Mute, sir.
Andre Licon, are you unmuted?
Seems to be having difficulty with his bandwidth at the moment.
Okay. Andre, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
Andre, we're unable to hear you at this point. Hopefully, we'll come back to you if we can.
You can also put your comments in the chat if you like, sir. That will be part of the record.
Or turn his visual off. Maybe the visual will help if he turns that off.
Must be remuting because we lost him.
Okay, anybody else you see, Leslie?
I don't see anything else on the list at the moment.
Okay, anybody else want to comment on this? Darren, I guess my point here is that we put up signs on the levee to give the law enforcement agencies more authority to move these folks along into, referring them to agencies that deal in mental health or deal with housing or those kinds of issues. But and case management, those people that are dealing with this on a daily basis. But that hasn't really solved the problem. It's given the law enforcement people more authority, but it hasn't really protected the infrastructure, which is our main concern here. But we're going to have to keep at it. My concern is that, and I think Helene is right, someone has to take the lead on this. And in the city of Sacramento, it's obviously the city, and they're going to be voting on a huge issue tonight in with regard to spending money or have already on housing, to get at this question of housing first that Helene pointed out, which is the main issue here. So we're doing what we can, and we've worked with the city in you know, kind of temporary fencing and signing and things like that. But the question is, you know, who's going to really take the political leadership? And I'm still not really clear on that. Everybody is involved in some way or another, but there's not someone on point to take the leadership, I don't think. And that's my just personal opinion. But anyway, anybody else? Leslie, you want to comment on what we've done in terms of you know, taking action on this issue?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. We actually do have a presentation later on today from our staff on how we were able to manage one site that had gotten particularly difficult for our operator and maintainer to continue to maintain. So you'll be hearing about that in a bit. I would just point out also that we have signed the agreement with San Joaquin County, and they are taking this very collaborative approach and doing wraparound services and going out with a big group of folks onto SSJDD property, which is property that we own and manage. And so that's how we're collaborating on, you know, in that county on that scale. And I believe our board council, DUA, has been looking at expanding that out to some other counties or cities, offering up our assistance where the encampments are on SSJDD property. And of course, Darren continues to develop expertise in this area and is becoming, you know, a national speaker. we were at NAFSMA earlier, and we'll also be invited to their annual meeting in Tennessee. I'm not sure if Ms. Schneider is going to be there as well, but I think we're doing a follow-up panel. So lots of work in this area, Mr. President.
Mr. President, looks like in the chat that someone named Charlie Miller got Andre to be able to call in by phone, so he's perhaps able to talk to us.
Yeah, Charlie's on our staff. We just need Ryan to remind everyone how to unmute themselves again from the telephone, please, Ryan.
Well, I'm embarrassed I didn't recognize his staff name, so thank you, Charlie.
All right, Dan.
Yeah, I believe, yeah, I gave Charlie the information to pass on to Andre about unmuting himself from the phone. I'm not sure if he's calling in yet. I think I hear him.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
There we go.
Am I properly unmuted now?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Perfect. My apologies for the poor connection previously. So I'm with Sutter County Sheriff's Office, and I address all of our homeless issues for the county, and I also work with our outreach services and assist with some of the wraparound services. So if anyone has any questions in terms of what we're as a community area, I'm happy to address those.
Well, we'd be interested in your input, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
Before you do, Mr. Lacombe, would you please just state your name for the record so we have it for our transcript?
Certainly. I am Deputy Andre Lacon, ANDRELICON.
Thank you so much.
Sutter County Sheriff's Office. So for really any entity, the Boise decision is what's going to dictate everyone's actions. That's kind of the rules that are governing any type of shelter services or enforcement or any other aspect for the homeless population. So that was as a community, that was our first step, was looking at Boise and figuring out kind of from the backside what we need to have in place in terms of support services and infrastructure before we could do enforcement, or certainly effective or efficient enforcement. And so what we did here as a county entity was started setting up the shelter side of it first, because in simple terms, with Boise, you have somewhere to go where you can do any kind of enforcement. And so we set up a parking location for vehicles for folks who are living in motorhomes or travel trailers or vehicles. So there was a nighttime rest area. And then we set up a tent facility that is staffed with security guards, secured. There's porta potties, hand washing stations, things like that, where folks who don't have a vehicle, but they have a tent or something like that, they can go for nighttime rest. And that is, like I say, staffed with a security guard, more just to keep any trouble from occurring or any nefarious activities than anything else. And then we have we call it the Better Way Shelter, which is a series of small structures that are 10 feet by 12 feet, and that is fully staffed. That's run by our county entity. And then we built a new apartment type facility called New Haven for folks that might be either Section 8 or folks that need a little bit more supervision. They're fully functional, but they definitely need someone to kind of keep an eye on them on a regular basis or a daily basis. And then we purchased a large hotel that was at the south end of our town, and that's called Harmony Village, and that is a long-term income-based rent process. So generally your income dictates what your rent is there, and it's about 30% of your monthly income, regardless of what the number is. And that houses, I think that's about a 60-unit facility. So that's initially, that was our first steps. We're getting those infrastructure pieces in place. And then for contact, it's myself, someone from behavioral health, an Adventist street nurse, and then Hands of Hope. And Hands of Hope is our coordinated entry conduit that was mentioned earlier when she said coordinated entry. So entry into those facilities all goes through Hands of Hope. And so we go out one by one and contact people and see what their needs are, what services they're receiving, what their interest is in some form of shelter. And we go from there and try to get them directed into services of people. In terms of abatements, it's a minimum three-step process. So we'll contact an encampment area once to see what they're at, provide them a copy of the county ordinance, which prohibits camping, among other things, give them outreach services, address their medical needs, kind of see where they're at. And then we follow up a second time that's a minimum of 1 week later. And we offer those same services, the same staff. And then at that point, they're served an abatement notice. We follow up with them again, third time, 1 to 2 weeks later. And at that point, that's when an abatement process would begin if it's an area that's going to be abated and cleaned up. So that's, in a nutshell, that's what our process is.
That's actually very helpful and very progressive, I think. Helene, were you aware of that program? You're on mute.
Yeah. No, I'm aware of a number of programs. I didn't catch which county you are,
Sheriff. Sutter County. This is
okay.
Sutter County.
Great. So I'd love to, stay connected. There's a number, but it brings up, right? You're interacting with and connecting with other agencies to make this work. It's not just moving things along. There's the flow, as I mentioned, right? How to get people from the streets and into the housing process and what opportunities are there.
Sure, and it's a tricky. I think there's a big misconception by a lot of people that there's hundreds of people just clamoring for resources, and that's really not the case. Much like Jane said, someone else said earlier, we consider it a pretty successful day if we can get one in 30 contacts to have an interest in shelter services, not take shelter services, but have an interest in wanting to go. And we average about 1 in 45 for people who actually want to go to shelter services.
Yeah, I think that's what Mary Jane was saying.
Well, I certainly be happy to follow up with you, Sheriff, and go into more details and best practices and all that good stuff and hear a little bit more. Be happy to do so.
Yeah, by all means, I'd be happy to speak with anyone that in this call. If you have any questions or have a more in-depth conversation, I'd be happy to participate in that.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that has a comment? Okay, Darren, do you want to have any closing comments on your report?
Yeah, thank you, President Anger. The one other thing I was thinking about is to your question. I mean, the board, we could look into putting together a grant program to help local agencies either repair damages or again educating folks on not digging into the levees, something of that nature. That's another avenue we could pursue. And then I also just want to again thank Helene Schneider for coming out today and sharing this information and introducing herself to all the local maintainment agencies on here. I hope you all will reach out to her if you see the need. And I wanted to acknowledge earlier the information about our federal work, Carpy Clay, BWR, in that partnership. So.
Thank you very much, and do stay in touch.
Okay.
Thanks, Andy.
Right.
Okay, Darren, does that conclude your report?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Any final questions from the board members?
No, but Darren, thank you for that. That was important and helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Blunt. Board Member Johnson.
Yeah, me too. We all can say that. Very informative. Things are happening. This is tough. So very, very much appreciated.
Our pleasure.
Okay, thank you, Darren. Okay, members, we're on item 8, members, which is the core items. We have no core items this morning. I'm going to call a 15-minute break at this point before we get into the DWR items, if you don't mind. Darren, could you place the sign, please? Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. I think we're back in session now. Jeremy, we're on item 9. And as I stated earlier, there are 2 items listed on the agenda for today's meeting from the department. Both items are informational items. Jeremy's going to give us a recap of a few items this morning, and then Jeremy and Mary will both give us an update regarding the work on the 2022 update of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, including some of the items we discussed at the coordinating committee this week. Jeremy, I just want to say that your little bullet point report this morning was excellent. We appreciate getting that, and particularly the heads up for next week in the calendar that you're going to be presenting for the look ahead report is very helpful, and we appreciate that. I'll turn it over to you now for your presentation. Good morning, Jeremy.
Good morning, and thank you, President Edgar, for the feedback there. I appreciate that. So good morning, President Edgar, members of the board. My name is Jeremy Eric, Chief of the Division of Flood Management for the Department of Water Resources. And thank you, as always, for having me here today to give an update on DWR activities. So Ryan, if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. As President Edgar mentioned earlier, this is just kind of a outline of my topics today. I'm going to provide a recap of the annual Association of State Floodplain Managers virtual conference, also known as ASFPM. Those Emergency Management Institute, some key messaging from there, and some workshops we participated in. And then again on the Pajaro River Flood Risk Management Project. So you can go on to the next slide. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Michael Mirzwa. He's our California's State Floodplain Manager. Thank Michael for pulling this information together for me today to share with the board and for all those watching. There are some important messages here today that I hope everyone watching will hear and appreciate. Mike and his expanded team inside and outside of the department are constantly working to improve floodplain management across the state. And, you know, as Mike is always very knowledgeable on all these topics, I'll try to do it justice today, and we can always bring Mike back for more information later. But a big part of a robust floodplain management program is communication, awareness, and education. So today I'll highlight a few things that flood management agencies as well as flood managers across the state should be aware of. So with that, May 11th through the 13th, DWR's floodplain management team attended the annual Association of State Floodplain Managers virtual conference with other similar venues, and being in the pandemic, it was a good opportunity for us to send more individuals than we normally would be up to these types of events. So there's a silver lining there. Over 2,000 state floodplain managers, state hazard mitigation officers, FEMA employees, and support team members covered topics, including addressing equity in flood hazard mitigation, the FEMA Risk Rating 2.0, to talk about changes to the NFIP policy premiums starting in October of this year, coastal flood protection, hazard mitigation, and disaster financial assistance, as well as community engagement and engineering with nature and multi-benefit projects. What's important about me discussing this particular conference is noted at the bottom some common questions focused on Risk Rating 2.0 implementation for flood insurance, which also impacts the state as well as the statewide, including the Central Valley and policyholders out there, and addressing disparity in access to floodplain management services to underrepresented communities. So it's the topic of equity. And again, I didn't plan on getting into details on these topics today, as they're very complex and a bit confusing to understand, but I can have Mike bring his team to present more information in the coming months if that's desired. And as always, FEMA is committing to providing training for state floodplain management teams on both of these topics. We've been participating in some of those opportunities and will continue to do so and learn how to communicate what changes are to come. On a related note here, in addition to training floodplain managers and hazard mitigation officers, FEMA has recently put out a request for information in the Federal Register on April 22nd. I don't have a slide for this, but I thought it was important to note that this specific request is for the public to provide information on equity barriers and climate change impacts related to FEMA's disaster mitigation and recovery services. And that includes the National Flood Insurance Program. Comments are due in a couple weeks on June 21st, and Mike's team is working on preparing specific comments about implementation issues based on their interactions with California's 512 NFIP communities, including many of the interactions that Mike's team has with the regional flood management planning groups through the CVFPB planning process. So Mike asked that I put this note out there and encourage any local entity that's listening to review FEMA's request for information from April 22nd and submit a letter, any letter FEMA wants to hear from everyone and anyone out there on how they can improve their programs. And then Mike is interested in seeing copies of letters that are sent if folks are so inclined to share, in an effort to be able to help with FEMA Region 9, our interactions with them, and help local communities address all of our collective concerns. And he'd obviously be happy to talk to anyone throughout the process or see how we can help if that's desired. Next slide, please, Ryan. Another topic discussed at the ASFPM conference was this is called BRIC, Building Resilient Infrastructure Communities.
Hey, Jeremy, before you get on to the next topic, what's the relationship between the state floodplain managers and the local city or county floodplain managers, the ones that have their own program, floodplain management program locally? What's the connection there?
I know that Mike would do a much better job responding to this, but from my perspective, President Edgar, the connection is that the state is looking statewide. We're looking at leveraging our connections and contacts with FEMA and other entities to help foster, technical assistance with those local floodplain managers. So we work a lot closely with those local floodplain managers to either assist or to help educate, to learn from, to better understand some of the statewide needs that are out there. So there's a lot of interaction. Mike could probably get into more of the specific details on that, but there is a strong connection there. It's important that we're talking to them and that they're talking to us about things that are working, things that aren't working, and just helping with the broad communication. And our Headwaters to Floodplains Flood Safety Partnership that I think I talked about a year ago is a venue to help foster that communication and interaction.
Okay, I think that's really important, as you just indicated, because the local governments are where this is really implemented. When people come in for permits on new houses or whatever they're doing, sometimes those issues are missed at the counter unless the building inspection department or the community development department is clear on that. And sometimes it's the county who is the floodplain manager for the county, or the city if it's a big city like Los Angeles or San Jose or something. They probably have their own system that they actually monitor permits as they're coming in. So I think that connection is really important as we move along. But anyway, I think you indicated it was too. So
absolutely.
Thank you,
President Edgar. Thank you for asking that question. Okay, so to talk about briefly about the BRIC program, the Building Resilient Infrastructure Communities, federal fiscal year 2020 was the first year for this new hazard mitigation financial assistance program. There were over $550 million available for mitigation projects, including flood risk reduction this past year. This program replaces the old pre-disaster mitigation program with a greater emphasis on natural infrastructure and climate change resilience. And this is a common message you'll hear throughout a little bit throughout my talk and just in the the months and years to come on natural infrastructure and climate change as well as equity. But this is an important point. FEMA was really looking specifically for projects that included natural ecosystem elements to address climate change. And as many folks here know, the state is also looking at similar programs and project opportunities through the Central Valley as well as throughout the state. This graphic here on the left was taken from FEMA. It shows that there were nearly 1,000 projects totaling over $5 billion submitted by each state's emergency management agencies. In California, that's Cal OES. So the graphic does not represent the full number or dollar amounts of the backlog of national mitigation projects, but it indicates the projects that essentially the state emergency management agency, Cal OES, forwarded on to FEMA for as proposals. As you can see at the bottom of the graphic, the blue bar graphic at the bottom, the majority of the projects submitted by the states were for flood risk management, listed here as flood control by FEMA. And FEMA is anticipating that in 2021, BRIC funding will be expanded to take advantage of the federal infrastructure funds that are presently being discussed and debated in Washington. My last point here is that DWR's floodplain management team has been working closely with Cal OES and FEMA through our Headwaters to Floodplains Flood Safety Partnership. And we're happy to help local entities look at successful projects from 2020 as potential springboards for competitive projects for the next funding cycle under the BRIC program. So as always, please reach out to Mike Mearswa and his team if you want to learn more about this program or others, or if you need help navigating these opportunistic federal programs. Next slide, please. So I mentioned the silver lining earlier to the shelter-in-place telework arrangements that the state and federal partners have out there today. And another benefit is that the FEMA's 2021 Hazard Mitigation Partners Workshop at the Maryland Emergency Management Institute moved to a virtual format, allowing more DWR floodplain managers and more Cal OES hazard mitigation officers to attend than normal. We normally only send, I think, two people. So this was a huge opportunity for us to continue to build and improve our floodplain management program in DWR. This annual training serves to update states on mitigation grants, floodplain management, and strengthening state to state and state to federal relationships. And similar to the ASFPM conference I described a couple minutes ago, FEMA's new risk rating 2.0, as well as the equity issues related to the NFIP and to hazard mitigation assistance programs, were central themes at this workshop. With FEMA and our floodplain management team expecting more funding to come through programs like BRIC, it's important for us to articulate existing risk in the context of FEMA's existing special flood hazard areas, and also to demonstrate how our portfolio of projects addresses equity issues. So this has been and will be an ongoing dialogue, and it's important to recognize all the needs that exist out there as we talk about how to address equity and how to manage the risks and needs that are out there across the various sectors and various communities. Next slide, please. I'm going to shift gears over. President Edgar, during his introduction this morning, mentioned his and former board member Clyde McDonald's involvement a couple years back with the Pajaro River Flood Risk Management Project. I want to talk about the design agreement signing event. This slide will talk about what it was, and the next slide will talk about why it's important. Although the original project was authorized in the Federal Flood Control Act of 1966, it wasn't until about the past decade that there was enough alignment and momentum to finally move the project beyond the federal feasibility study process and into design and implementation. DWR's statewide grants team, which is part of our broader floodplain management team under Mike Mearswa, is taking the lead for the state partnership in this project through our statewide flood control subventions program. DWR has been working with Santa Cruz County, Monterey County, and the city of Watsonville since 2013 to support the refined planning of the project as it's formulated today. And this past Monday, on May 24th, Director Namath attended the public signing of the San Francisco District U.S. Army Corps of Engineers project design agreement. And she attended as the state cost share partner for this project, again, through our statewide flood control subventions program. Next slide, please. So why is this important? On top of the project benefits, which I'll cover in a moment, signing of the project design agreement allows DWR to enter into a funding agreement with the local sponsor and ultimately reimburse 70% of the non-federal cost share for the design, and eventually reimbursing for the implementation of the project. This project has a lot going for it. It's a multi-jurisdictional project, again, with 3 local entities, the state and the federal government, providing direct protection to 2 economically disadvantaged communities. It includes an impressive portfolio of actions and includes many benefits. For example, flood risk reduction benefits are achieved through setback levies, levee raising and strengthening, as well as flood wall construction. Ecosystem restoration is achieved through enhanced floodplain recharge, as well as habitat reconnection and enhancement. Trail improvements offer enhanced public recreational access, and improved groundwater quality is achieved through upstream source water management. This project is consistent with the federal flood risk management standard. Mr. Suen mentioned that earlier in his presentation, which includes federal wise use of floodplains concept, which dates back to the 1994 Unified National Program for Floodplain Management. Excuse me. I have a dog that constantly wants in and out all day long. Apologize for the interruption. And how is this consistent with the federal flood risk management standard? I mean, this is a floodplain that's between 2 water bodies, the Pajaro River and the Salsa Puedes Creek. And the project remains, there's areas that remain in agriculture, and urban flood protection is also included. And it provides a connection between farm workers and supporting industries to easily travel to the large scale berry production that is part of the farming industry out here in the Pajaro River floodplain. So it's definitely consistent with federal flood risk management standards and that concept of wise use of floodplains. As the levels of protection vary between the urban areas and the agricultural areas in terms of the project features and designs. Ultimately, this project will reduce flood risk for approximately 12,600 people and 10,000 acres of mixed-use land along the Pajaro River and its tributaries near Watsonville and Pajaro. So I think that was all I was going to cover. I did want to quickly mention that the floods in 1995 caused more than $95 million in damage in this area. 2 people lost their lives, unfortunately. And additional damage was seen in 1997 and 1998, where hundreds of residents were displaced. Levees were threatened to fail in 2017 storms in January and February. And the levels of protection currently are only around 5 to 7 year flood protection. So this project is much needed. It's a prime example of a good, solid, multi-benefit flood risk management project in a community that really needs flood protection.
Jeremy, when Clyde and I first, is the local sponsor the county on that?
I knew you'd ask this question.
Well, anyway, it probably doesn't matter, but
it's a combination of the local entities that are participating, I believe.
oh, okay. So it's kind of like a SJAFCA or something like that.
I'd have to clarify.
The real issue there, when we looked at it, was the county didn't have the money and they couldn't go out for a 218 election because nobody had voted for it. And it really divided the community from really the wealthy section of Monterey and the not so wealthy people of Salinas. And it was basically a funding problem. So how did you what authority did you have to do a funding agreement with the locals? Does DWR have that kind of authority outside?
Yes, President Edgar. The California Water Code kind of lays out the federal flood control subventions program in detail. The state has the authority once a project is federally authorized and then eventually federally funded. And in this case, similar to the normal kind of USACE projects that we go through in the Central Valley with the flood board, in this case, a design agreement was signed. And now that the design agreement is signed, that gives DWR the authority to enter into a funding agreement with the local non-federal sponsors, which I confirmed in the chat. I think Derek Larson confirmed that it's the two counties, Santa Cruz and Monterey, are the local sponsors.
Yeah, okay. That's what was the impediment before, and I'm really pleased to see this because this is really needed in that area, and we couldn't figure out a way to do it. So good for you guys.
Right. And part of the heavy lifting comes up front. It's happened by now, but it comes with the state confirming that the project is consistent with the requirements of the federal flood control subvention or the statewide flood control subventions program in the California Water Code. So we go through a pretty robust evaluation of the project to make sure that it meets and achieves all of the requirements in there. And then through our director, we submit a report to the legislature. So that really gets the ball rolling. We've done a few of these in the past couple of years on additional projects. So as state funding becomes available, we're able to support these important projects.
Yeah, that was well. There's outside the Central Valley. There obviously areas that the state needs to participate funding wise and to just make them work. So this is good. Yeah. Thanks. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Yeah, Joe.
There's another good reason for state involvement here. I can't remember if it was 95 or 97, whichever was the big flood down there. When the levee failed, Highway 101 cut off the flow and backed it up and flooded Pajaro. And it wouldn't have flooded except for the highway being there. And there was a lawsuit, and Pajaro, the residents of Pajaro won the lawsuit, and Caltrans had to pay a substantial amount of money in that case. So there's definitely a state interest here in providing this flood protection.
Yeah, that's well, I'm glad to see we're moving in that direction. Normally there isn't as much activity outside the Central Valley as by the state as you would think, but in some areas it's really needed, and this was definitely one of them, no question about it. Okay, thanks, Jeremy. That was helpful.
I did want to just want to highlight that the community, the counties, as well as the communities have been very proactive, working really hard. They've done an outstanding job communicating and coordinating with the department as well as the legislature to move this project forward. So the credit really goes to the local entities that are out there advocating and pushing for this much needed project. So I just wanted to highlight that and thank them for those efforts.
You bet.
Okay, next slide. I think I'm wrapping up here, so just bear with me a couple more minutes. So today, Mary Jimenez and Christopher Williams are here to talk about the normal monthly CVFPB update to focus on deferred maintenance and what we call OMRR&R, as you're all very familiar with. And then staff will also preview outcome-based performance tracking for the 2022 CVFPB update. And then one more slide. Congratulations to Jason Sidley on his new role. Under Steve Rother and Mary Jimenez's leadership, Jason Sidley has been selected to manage the Central Valley flood planning and project feasibility efforts for the Division of Multi-Benefit Initiatives. Jason has been working in water resource engineering for almost 30 years. He spent the first 2/3 of his career planning and designing flood and water supply infrastructure for the County of Sacramento, as well as in consulting. And he has spent the latter third of his career with DWR, where most of his time has been spent working on flood management planning efforts. He led development of California's Flood Future Report in partnership with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. He developed flood management content for the 2013 and 2018 California water plans. And most recently, he's been fully engaged in the development of the 2022 CVFPB update as the planning lead. You've probably seen Jason at the coordinating committee and other venues. He's doing an outstanding job up to this point. And also, I have to point out, Jason is a longtime friend of mine. We had almost every engineering class together at Sac State. We both worked as students at Sacramento County. Our families remain close to this day, and you'll find that Jason really cares about people. He treats everyone with respect. So I just want to say congratulations to Jason on behalf of all of us, and we look forward to your leadership in your new role. So thank you, Jason, for stepping up, and good luck.
Jeremy, this is Mary's old position, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay. I just.
Yeah, I should have pointed that out. That's correct.
Okay. Jason, congratulations. Well deserved.
Thank you very much, President Edgar. Thank you.
And then last slide for next month's DWR items. You can expect to see a presentation on DWR's levee inspection reports for success. Our flood project inspection program will review the rating system that DWR uses to rate the maintenance of the local maintaining agencies, and then also review how our inspection reports can be used to help the LMAs achieve better overall ratings. So we're always looking to improve the process there. You'll hear about the Delta Levy Subventions Program, an update, as well as a request to approve their annual budget, and then the 2022 CVFPB update. The monthly update will be on outcome-based planning and performance tracking system. And with that, that's all I have.
These are Jason, Jeremy, just on that report, is that based on your recent evaluation of the maintenance areas and the maintenance program that you've gone through? Levy inspection reports for success.
I think this one's focused on the rating system that we use to rate the maintenance areas, and how that can be used by the LMAs to help them improve their maintenance and ultimately receive a better overall ratings. And I don't have the details on that presentation at this time, but that's my understanding of the content there.
Okay, my understanding was that you were looking at the levy inspection reports and the DWR maintenance areas to just make sure that the numbers were right and we're doing the right thing there.
Yes, thank you for clarifying, President Edgar. I think that what you're referring to is a separate effort from this presentation that I'm talking about for next month. But yes, our maintenance office is looking at how they can better utilize the levy inspection reports to resource and have a closer connection between the levy inspection reports and the actual maintenance that's conducted out there.
Yeah, that's the one I was referring to.
Yes, so I think it ties in. This presentation will be broad reaching across all LMAs. But yes, we are within DWR Flood Maintenance Office. We are looking at this very topic for our maintenance areas, how to resource that maintenance and just improve. We're always looking for ways to improve on how we do business. So how can we better utilize the inspection reports for conducting that maintenance that's required out there?
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from the board on Jeremy's report? Guess not. So let's move on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Morning, Mary.
Good morning, President Edgar. Good morning, everyone. I'll wait for the changeover of the presentation if I can. Is my sound coming through okay?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Ryan. And President Edgar, members of the board, good morning. Pleasure to be here this morning. And I just wanted to thank Jeremy, Eric, and you, President Edgar, for your kind remarks on Jason's promotion. I'm certainly excited, beyond excited, to have the help and feel confident that he'll do well in this leadership role. So to introduce the topic today and carry on, I'm here with Christopher Williams from the Floodplain Management Office in DWR to provide our monthly update on development of the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. Next slide, please. An overview of our presentation today is typically I'll spend a little bit of time recapping topics discussed with the board last month with brief updates on integration of the regional flood management planning efforts into the CVFPB, a little bit on our ongoing engagement on water resilience portfolio action 25.4. I'll then hand off to Chris Williams to give the update on deferred maintenance in OMRR&R. As Jeremy alluded to, that's an important topic in the CVFPB update as well. And then I'll give a brief introduction to performance tracking and outcome-based planning as one of the major topics in this floodplain update that we're really looking forward to digging into additional detail and subsequent conversations moving forward. And then again, looking ahead, many other topics related to the CVFPB under discussion with the board and our stakeholders, alignment with other state efforts, the update of the conservation strategy, and then update of contents of the investment strategy. So with that, I'm ready to go on to the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so last month I gave an update on the great regional participation we've had in developing this 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update with a deeper dive onto the process that is well underway, working towards relief of our administrative draft document later this summer. In fact, we're targeting late August for that. And then working into 2022 to meet our legislative deadline. Next slide, please. So May was a particularly busy month working with the RFMPs. We introduced the administrative draft of the conservation strategy update for their review, as well as review from other closely involved partners and stakeholders. We also touched base on the progress with our technical analyses that's underway. So that is particularly timely because we have been proceeding under the scope and approach that was shared with the board and our stakeholders through multiple venues in 2019 and 2020. And so given the complexity of this work, we understand the importance of the continued dialogue around the technical analyses now, and really want to reinforce the purpose of those analyses to provide an updated understanding of our current and projected future system-wide flood system performance. And that's not for individual project decisions or design. So that, that being said, we are making good progress and look forward to continued discussions on that as well. Also of topic with the RFMPs this month was what we're calling review of the regional selection of proposed projects and costs that are informing the update of the investment strategy and relevant contents in the flood plan. I'll speak a little bit more about it in a second, but we also enjoyed 2 workshops with active engagement on water resilience portfolio action 25.4. So looking forward into June and July, as I mentioned, a lot more to come on performance tracking and continued development of our flood management policy issue description updates and recommendations. The next slide, please. So as a reminder, the 2022 flood plan update is using the same general process for what we're calling RFMP integration that supported the 2017 update. And the most important aspect of this overall process is really the ability to have iterative conversations between the state and our local partners to work towards maximizing alignment where we can. Or we can't, we are really aiming to lay the groundwork for continued conversations on these really challenging topics where we don't agree at this time. So the end result, as I mentioned, will be that recommended system-wide investment portfolio in the flood plan, prioritized and phased over our 30-year horizon to guide continued implementation of our plan as a long-term effort through DWR's flood management programs. Next slide, please. Sorry, next slide. And so more visually, you'll see our schedule here. We are well into Q2 of 2021 already and in the selection phase with the RFMPs, as I mentioned, soon moving into the development phase and integration into the drafts of the flood plan. So as mentioned last month, this process also does not result in individual project selection or project decisions. It is to inform our planning estimates in the flood plan. Next slide, please. So engagement is also continuing well on addressing Action 25.4 of the Water Resilience Portfolio. So the May 12th and 21st interactive stakeholder workshops were held virtually due to COVID restrictions right now. Really appreciate the active participation of the board. The 3 RFMPs in the San Joaquin were key participants in this discussion as well. Really enjoyed the discussion on our shared purpose, what our priority actions should be, and what are the common impediments to action that we need to address so that we can adequately reflect and address this action in the 2022 flood plan. And really, the importance of this is to find our common ground for a basin-wide strategy and accelerate implementation of the flood plan in the Central Valley, in the San Joaquin Valley, excuse me. So currently, we are documenting the results of these workshops. And as I mentioned, plan to continue the conversations and even get it to some work planning for those priority actions as we move towards the 2022 update. And next slide, please. Okay, and I'll pause here before handing off to Chris Williams for the next segment.
Mary, could you summarize for the board, and I know this is, I didn't talk to you before, but could you summarize kind of where those the chart came? There's a lot of kind of emphasis on 1 or 2 particular areas of agreement at this point. Can you generally tell the board where we are with regard to those the bureau map?
Yeah, can you scroll back, Ryan, to that slide, if that helps?
Yeah.
Is this the one, President Edgar?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so yeah, a couple of the areas of agreement, include, discussion of the geographic scope, focusing on the rim reservoirs through the floodplains. I guess that would be one of them. And another one would be we were calling it Lead with Flood. So lead the conversation on this development with flood management and cover and address other water sectors as they overlay with flood in the San Joaquin Valley, recognizing the uniqueness of that multi-benefit relationship to actions in the San Joaquin. So those are a couple of examples of what I think we're.
Yeah, I think there's a general consensus on like 3 or 4 of those major areas that we saw agreement on, or at least initial agreement. This is just kind of a snapshot after that second workshop. But thanks, Mary.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions or comments before I hand off to Chris for the next part? Okay, good morning, Chris, if you're ready.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, President Edgar, members of the board. My name is Christopher Williams with Department of Water Resources, Division of Flood Management. And I'm here this morning to talk a bit about deferred maintenance and operations maintenance, repair, rehabilitation, and replacement, commonly referred to as OMRR&R. There's a lot of moving pieces with this subject. I mean, that's an understatement to talk about, the practitioners that are out there every day living and breathing this stuff. They deal with an awful lot of issues, as you know, things such as inspections, encroachments, levy penetrations, permitting, funding issues, multi-benefit and ecosystem considerations, homelessness, like we talked about earlier. They have issues with equipment and staff. It's a complex governance out there, and also life cycle management and the age of the system, vegetation, and definitely work windows. And that's just a partial list. So that's what's out there every day on this subject. And so what I'm going to talk to you about a little bit now is our treatment of that in the CVFPP, which, you know, is looking at a 30-year planning horizon. It's a high level vision. And so our treatment of this subject within the CVFPP. So next slide, please. So a little bit of building on where we've been, what we did in 2017. We put together a work group. We got a lot of subject matter experts together in the same room, and beginning in around 2014 timeframe. And we actually had that work group together for a couple of years before the 2017 plan came out, and really developed we focused in on the cost. Really the overall question we were trying to answer was, what is going to be the long-term annual cost of taking care of the system? And when I say the system, as you know, we're talking about 1,600 miles of levees, channels, and structures up and down the San Joaquin and Sacramento basins. And it's being maintained by, levee maintaining agencies, reclamation districts, and the state. We have our state maintained areas. We also have our maintenance areas. So really, given all of that, what is the annual cost if we were realistically and truly trying to describe what we should be spending? And then we put together this TM, which was documenting those findings. Next slide, please. So the kind of the methodology we went through was we developed unit costs for each one of these categories, and then we applied that to the inventory of the state plan of flood control to come up with that high level number. And some of the categories that we looked at were urban levee operations and maintenance, and our R&R, non-urban levees. We looked at channel sediment removal, channel vegetation and debris removal, and as you know, Arundo is a big issue throughout the system. We looked at giant reed removal, and then minor structure and major structure, OM and R&R. Next slide, please. And so where did we end up? Well, the bottom line was we estimated a $100 million shortfall. Now that's taken into account what the state is spending, what the LMAs are spending, and what they should be spending, the state and LMAs, if we were to do proper maintenance and not incur any further deferred maintenance, and basically take care of everything. We used a bottom-up approach to come up with this number. Like I said, it wasn't arrived at lightly. It wasn't a dart on the wall. It was, we got a lot of subject matter experts together in the same room over many, many meetings. We had people from the DWR maintenance yards staff, expert consultants, Central Valley Flood Protection Board staff, folks from our DWR environmental efforts, our flood maintenance office, obviously our planning folks. A lot of the regional participation was key to this. So we dealt with the involving the RF&Ps and also the levee maintaining agencies and reclamation districts. And ultimately, this was a major piece of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan for 2017. It was really fundamental to a large piece of the investment strategy in that plan. So next slide, please. So out of that TM and that effort, what were some of the recommendations? Well, first and foremost, we wanted to shine that bright light on this problem, on this issue, raise the awareness, talk about tracking OMR&R expenditures and needs out there, tracking our activities and the spending, and providing transparency about the value of investment on taking care of what's out there now. And when we say fix what's out there now, we're talking about, maintaining a system to where we don't keep increasing a backlog of deferred maintenance and addressing legacy system deficiencies. We talked about increased efficiency, definitely talking about streamlined permitting at a regional and programmatic scale. Also exploring funding opportunities across, a wider range of funding mechanisms for O&M through implementation of our multi-benefit actions. You kind of wrap it in for economy of scale, the things that you want to do for ecosystem and other multi-benefits out there, and see who can come to the table and provide funding. How can you leverage that funding so that we all basically get what's in the value of most Californians? And then last but not least, more money. We talked about there was a $100 million shortfall from that high level estimate, and we need to establish, more reliable and stable funding for operations and maintenance. Next slide, please. So where did this show up in the 2017 plan? Well, I know it's a little bit small and kind of hard to read here, but basically we included it in, if you look in the upper right corner here, these are tables that were taken directly out of the plan. And it's that routine maintenance category. The plan described, as many of you know, two types of investment. We have our capital, those commonly referred to as our larger projects and whatnot, our capital investments. And then we have ongoing investment, which includes things such as O&M, reservoir operations, staff costs, emergency management, a lot of different things go into ongoing. Those are your annual costs. That's where that $130 million estimate rolled up into the plan. The table on the bottom here, we're showing that, the data source that we used was the output from that O&M work group. You can see that we estimated for a total, as with many of the categories in the investment strategy, we gave a range of investments between 118 and 144 million. That's where that 130 lies, right in there, and the breakdown between the Sacramento and San Joaquin basins. Next slide, please. So this is actually the best slide. I like talking about this. The outcomes. What happened after we did all this in 2017? Well, we were able to secure, like I said, vocalizing this issue to everyone that would listen. We were able to secure through a lot of efforts at the regional and local level and the state level a baseline increase of $25 million to our flood maintenance office to take care of this issue and funnel through some of our programs. We also got approximately $200 million in one-time appropriations. That was in two lump sums of $100 million. We were able to use some of that for our storm damage rehabilitation after 2017, and put an awful large chunk of that towards like our deferred maintenance on our pipes and things such as that. So it's really it was great because we talk about how the flavor of the money, the color of the money, we need to have that annual baseline increase in the general fund. And then also we have this backlog of all this stuff that's sitting out there now, and those are best solved with capital projects and these one-time appropriations. So really, it was great, and we want to keep that momentum up. And then last but not least, through the board's leadership, we, they got some of the same people together that we have been talking to for years, and really the subject matter experts, and they developed this resolution number 2018-06. Which did a lot of things, but a couple of the three things here highlighting it: confirmed the state's state plan of flood control OMRR&R standards. It highlighted the need for the LMAs and the state to reach PL 8499 compliance status. And it also said, hey, we all need to work together to secure, to identify and secure that stable funding to get this, to reach this level. So next slide, please. So within the plan now, there's a current emphasis on deferred maintenance. When you talk about the collection of projects and the CVFPB state system-wide investment approach, it's supported by this extensive portfolio, which is assembled from many different sources. Now back in 2017, we had identified like a high level quantities of deferred maintenance, assuming as a rough estimate that many of the projects submitted by our regional partners are the result of deferred maintenance, and we can use that as an estimate in a nutshell. But this time around, what we're trying to do is, and it's been great so far, working with our regional partners and program managers here at the state, we're identifying more specifically quantifying deferred maintenance and getting a better estimate of exactly what that is instead of just less of a high level. And that will funnel into the 2022 CVFPB update. And of course, refining this estimate requires regional collaboration and input from state, our maintenance office, and local maintaining agencies. We've brought this subject up at our regional meetings with them. As you can imagine, they were all over it. They were more than willing to help the state, describe the issue further and talk about the projects they have within their region and give us some cost estimates. Our maintenance office has been great. I've been working really closely with Mark List and others. And as you know, he was part of our original team. He's been helping out quite a bit. So yeah, we're poised to get some better descriptions in the 2022 of exactly what that is for deferred maintenance. Next slide, please.
Chris, Chris, this is Bill. Have you determined whether that list of deferred maintenance is going to be converted to capital projects at this point, or are you just talking about it?
We are still at the stage of trying to go through a methodology. That's basically the second bullet here to form a common understanding on what we would consider for what is deferred maintenance within the context of the CVFPB, because it's going to be different than other agencies, Department of Corrections or anyone else. We need a more specific definition of what is included and what's not, because what is not included will fall into one of those other categories. So to answer your question, no, we haven't really dove down in the weeds as to which area of, is it all like before we threw everything into the system-wide bucket under routine maintenance. We are going to be showing that as well, routine maintenance, but then also showing deferred maintenance. And we're still under discussion on where that's going to apply and if it's going to be under capital or ongoing.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's a great segue into this slide. So we're identifying the regional projects, working with the regions on that collection that they've submitted to us. Which ones can be identified as deferred maintenance, or at least flagged as that. We're considering the system-wide improvement framework projects and many other new regional projects. And then we're also, as I mentioned, developing this evaluation methodology, I guess I would call it, like a working definition of deferred maintenance. There's and it gets kind of into some gray areas. Some of the things, as you can imagine, were things that you would consider like improvements. That's not going to be deferred maintenance. Things that are projects to reach a higher level of flood protection. That's not deferred maintenance. We're talking about some of the things that have emergency management, storm damage sites and stuff. That's not necessarily deferred maintenance, but there's an awful lot that is. So we're currently identifying that. And then in addition to those discussions with our regional partners, as I mentioned, we've engaged the Flood Maintenance Office as experts on the areas that they maintain, which are those state maintained areas itemized in Water Code 8361. And then also, as you know, the state has responsibilities under Water Code 12878 to take care of our 10 maintenance areas. So, finding out what do they have as far as deferred maintenance in for those areas of responsibilities. Next slide, please. So why is quantifying deferred maintenance important? Why are we carving this out and teasing it out of the plan and talking about it? Well, the key reason for the existence of deferred maintenance is that, the lack of sufficient funding to perform proper maintenance of the flood system. It's firmly embedded in what we've been talking about in the investment strategy. We need stable funding, and if we don't have it, that's when you start deferring activities. Without the sufficient funding and effort to maintain the system, the backlog is going to continue to grow. And frankly, if we aggressively address this issue, we're talking about it, we're including it in the plan, we're holding work groups, we're having planning sessions, we're trying to make sure that those that will listen know that we understand the system and we understand the problem, and we have worked out solutions to try and get our handle on the problem, and then the funding will follow. We've identified the need and the consequences of inaction. We don't want flood risk to rise, and we don't want bad things to happen if we don't maintain the system. And the California legislature is listening. We've already seen that after the 2017 plan through a couple different budget cycles. We were able to get that 25 million baseline increase, which is huge. And then we also were able to get big lump sum of money. Here, go address some of the pipes and penetrations and other things. So they're definitely listening. And DWR will administer any funding that we have through existing or modified DWR programs to provide that funding where it's needed. When I say modify, a lot of times it's actually more efficient to change guidelines and whatnot, and see if you can funnel the money, as responsibly and as fast as possible through existing programs. So that's basically the approach we've taken. Next slide, please. So here's an example, and I like it because there's a method to the madness when you describe the sequence of operations, maintenance, repair, rehabilitation, and replacement, because it talks about a time frame here. And so when you're looking at this slide, going from left to right, with the passage of time, let's use the example of rodents eating away at our levees. What you don't want, you want to have adequate funding to do operations and maintenance, because as you defer things, that doesn't just sit idle. It can turn from a simple repair, can turn into a more elaborate rehabilitation project that's needed. And then the worst case scenario, which we all hope never happens, but a failure of that piece of the system, and full replacement plus all the other costs that go with a system failure. So in this case, if you don't take care of the situation during normal operations and maintenance, the cost and the risk exposure continue to increase over time. And looking at like 5 or 10 year, 15, 20 year increments here, we know in the Central Valley here that it seems like between every 5 to 10 years, closer to 10 years or so, we have major flood events. We have high water events fairly frequently, sporadically broken up by droughts, but we have these major flood events, and you do not want to have a bunch of deferred maintenance projects sitting out there, because that's where you're probably going to get a failure. So this just talks about how you want to get ahead of things, and you want to have adequate funding, because you want to make sure the service life of that facility is the most it can be, and that you're not waiting on things and having the cost increase, and you don't want risk exposure to increase. Next slide, please. So this update, we've talked about how through the amount of money that we have and the resources available for this 2022 plan in general, it's going to be what we're calling like a light update. There's several reasons for that we can cover at a different time, but following that theme, the OMRR&R is going to be a light update for this plan. We're standing on the shoulders of that TM that we had already done and a lot of that good work, but we're refining the data where we need to. So to that end, there is no formal work group that's been convened. We're only refining the data. Those updates to the data and the costs will feed into chapters 3 and 4 of the 2022 update. And the scope of those refinements will be, like we talked about, incorporating feedback from the regional partners and the flood maintenance office on those OMRR&R unit costs, updating the units. And what I mean by this state plan of flood control inventory based on new information is, as you know, we're making changes to the system. And so the inventory that's sitting out there is different. And here's a more focused example. Last time around, through our utility inventory crossing program, the USIP data, we had a certain number of pipes that we knew we had to take care of in the system. I think it was hovering around 5,000 pipes or something. Well, that was back in 2014 data that we used. And so that number has changed. And so we'll be using the updated number. We're also talking about updating the investment category names in the investment strategy with the appropriate terminology. Kind of touched on this earlier. we do want to more explicitly show deferred maintenance as a category in the investment strategy. We're talking about, you know, as far as routine maintenance, showing it not maybe in the system-wide, but maybe spreading it out, showing it where it occurs in the urban and the rural and small communities categories. And anyway, those are ongoing discussions on how exactly to present the material in the plan. Right now, the team is just really working really hard and diligently to get all that material and get a handle on exactly what it is. And then we're going to go to figure out the best way possible to express that in the plan. And as I talked about, estimating that deferred maintenance with help from the regional partners in the maintenance office. Let's see, next slide, please. So I'm going to pause there before turning it back over to Mary. That's all I have on that subject, and I'm open for questions.
Chris, I think it's important for the board to understand that we're approaching both the conservation strategy and the OMRR&R technical memorandum the same way. That is, we are making adjustments to the parent documents in both instances and tweaks where we can and changes where we've done some work, but the parent documents still stay in place. And where we've not addressed the issue, they prevail. That is, the parent documents are in place and are still sitting there. And we're for this update just tweaking some of the information in those documents, but the parent documents stay in place. We're not replacing the documents. So I think that's important for the board to understand as well as everybody else. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for pointing that out, President Edgar.
Okay, Mary, I think we can proceed with the performance tracking.
Bill,
Oh, Joe?
Maybe I should save this question for after performance tracking.
Okay. Okay, let's do that. Mary, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, President Edgar and Chris. Happy to take over from here, and thank you very much for reinforcing the concept of our foundational documents, President Edgar. It's an important one. Okay, so moving on to performance tracking. So among the major refinements to the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan between 2012 and 2017, the concept of outcome-based planning and performance tracking was introduced and emphasized throughout the 2017 flood plan update. So with the mandated 5-year update cycle of the CVFPB, this presents a way to inform updates to the collection of management actions that underlie our plan and presents a learning process so we can evolve towards more efficient investments in Central Valley flood management over time and provide accountability to state taxpayers. Next slide, please. So as it was introduced in 2017, example metrics for tracking were provided in the plan, primarily in Chapter 2, including introduction of ecosystem vitality metrics that were developed as part of the conservation strategy. Some data was acknowledged as existing that could be leveraged for further development in a performance tracking system. But even at that time, it was clear that a lot more work remained to be done as a longer-term effort. Next slide, please. So within that construct, enabling conditions such as improved funding and permitting processes enable projects to go forward and provide the needed benefits. So this aligns and rolls up really well at the highest level to what the state wants to achieve. And at the highest level, that is sustainability and resilience. Some of those things that are really harder to quantify and get your fingers in, but it's really the higher level ideal of what we're striving for. So what stops a project or action from moving ahead? All kinds of things. And it's embedded in many of our most robust policy issue discussions right now on the flood plan. So this is a really important construct because our policy issue discussions continue to be foundational to development of this flood plan update and enabling our evolution moving forward. So iterative planning and performance tracking in this way is designed to drive improved progress and improved implementation over time. Next slide, please. So using existing data and so that we have a place to start is an important way to reduce cost and accelerate implementation. So from here, we really have an opportunity to integrate and build upon the range of existing metrics and data that we have. Focus on our specific needs for flood management in the Central Valley. Connect our data to those higher level public benefit outcomes in this framework. And so you'll recognize the public safety, economic stability, ecosystem vitality, and enriching experience values. And then this also allows us to reveal information gaps that need further development. And it invites innovation and input across DWR and with our agency partners so that we can do this together. Next slide, please. So the ecological goals of the conservation strategy provide additional detail underlying the higher level goals of the CVFPB that are meant to guide more effective state flood management investments in the Central Valley. Next slide, please. So for purposes of the conservation strategy, the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan's system-wide planning area is divided into 5 conservation planning areas that differ in regard to their unique flood risk management and conservation needs and opportunities. So these conservation planning areas largely align with the 6 RFMP planning areas that folks have seen in multiple presentations and discussions, with one notable difference, and that is that the Lower San Joaquin River Conservation Planning Area actually includes 2 RFMP regions, both the Mid San Joaquin and the Lower San Joaquin Delta South regions are included in that one conservation planning area. So next slide, please. Performance tracking for the 2022 CVFPB update will be reporting progress towards achieving the conservation strategy measurable objectives that were originally developed in 2016. So we are leveraging available information from DWR's flood management programs and other programs in DWR that have supported implementation of conservation related actions in recent years within our planning area. So our first draft reflecting the data we have collected and evaluated so far is included in the administrative draft conservation strategy that we have shared with the board and our agency partners and stakeholders just a couple weeks ago now. So we're really looking forward to having continued conversations around this topic and how to improve our performance tracking efforts moving forward, as well as how to leverage and evaluate this information and present it in the flood plan itself. So with that, next slide. I guess I'll pause before saying that any questions or comments before I end with concluding remarks.
Mary, just for the board's information, the way it seems to me that the board ought to be relating to this conservation strategy document as it's being prepared is, as you said, it's been referred to the advisory committee, and Jane Dolan and Brian Johnson are the ones that are working on this. The advisory committee has divided itself up into, I think, 4 different task forces and are dealing with some of the information that's in that draft. They will be coming forth, and somehow Jane and Brian are going to be able to put together some comments on the whole document, and that those recommendations or those comments, I guess, will be coming up through the board and then on to the department. My sense is that by the time it gets to the board, the 4 task forces and the work that the advisory committee will have done, it will be essentially a final product unless there's some real problems at the board level. The board will just be informed and pass them on. But we're hoping to still comply with that deadline. But I didn't know where you were aware of that or not. But I want the board, at least the information from the advisory committee, even though it's probably pretty well baked at that point, and the board will at least have time to review it and ask questions and so on before it's funneled to the department. That's the way I see it happening. I talked to Jane about it. She seems to think that's probably the best way to collect all of the comments that are going to come in on that document. So I think that'll be a consolidated set of comments as it comes forward.
Mr. President?
Yes, Jane.
Just to elaborate just a bit on yours. The advisory committee is a very large, diverse group.
Right.
And because of the inability to meet in person and have those kind of conversations, and just the challenge of having 60 to 80 people all be able to talk during your video meetings. The advisory committee selected 4 main topics and created subgroups that have a lead, but they report and have a discussion of what they're synthesizing at the whole advisory committee. And I think that the goal, and I think we remember the leaders, those of us who were on the board, and I think the 2 new board members get it. The leaders during the 2017 update felt like there was a gap of communication for a whole variety of reasons. So this effort that they're making is to not have that circumstance that we faced in 2017, where at the end, the advisory committee wanted changes.
Right.
So they're really trying to be collaborative, working together, being very transparent about what the issues are, and at appropriate points put forward drafts. So it's not like the intent is to give a final conservation strategy to the board to say yes or no, but to give one that has a more consensus-oriented presentation.
Yeah, that's right. But I'm just saying, by the time it gets to the board, there'll be a lot of people from various interests who have weighed in and provided their input. And I'm not sure that the board as a whole would want to second guess all of that work at this point. I just want to make sure that that it comes through the board to the department, but I'm not myself anyway, is not really sure that we're going to have a lot to say about it. But
I think you will. I mean, there's a stakeholder draft, and then this fall there will be another draft, and that's
true.
Clearly, the board can weigh in. We're not trying to keep you out.
No, yeah, I know, but I just I think it's okay. I'm not.
Yeah.
You're doing a lot of work, and I think it's okay that we're going to look at that work and ask questions and so on, and pass it on as our comments to the department.
Well, we certainly have the community that's interested in conservation strategy. They're doing the work. I think board member Johnson and I kind of wrangle it. But the idea is to approach the adoption of this update in a way that people feel they were involved, had their input, it was addressed, and were not surprised.
Right, sure. And I think it's actually more than just a few people. As stakeholders will be coming from flood management and all the environmental interest groups and so on. So it was a good process last time, and it'll be better this time. So I don't know. I just think it's good. I don't envy you and Brian in your efforts to pull all these interests together. I'm sure Mary appreciates it, though.
Very much.
Oh,
if I may,
I think it's fun.
Yeah, and I think we'll get a much better product for it. And having the integration and some iteration with the advisory committee and others. And just to be clear, we're not filtering the advisory committee comments. We have this early draft that's out to the advisory committee and to RFMPs. And I suspect that some people will send feedback to the drafting team, directly on things that they care about, but then also hope that the advisory committee, through the subgroups, can organize, some consensus feedback that goes back to the drafting group. And then there will also be
the regular sort of official, formal public review and comment process later. And so, but I think there's a fairly high level of, sort of shared vision, at least, with a lot of work to be done on some of the recommendations about how to make them real, but sensing quite a lot of agreement on the concepts and the big picture.
Great. Okay, thank you. That's where we're headed, Mary. Just I wanted to get that out there so you knew exactly what we're trying to do here.
Thank you. That was very helpful. I appreciate it.
Okay, does anybody else have any comment? Joe?
Well, going back to the OMRR, and then what Mary said, I'm thinking, I just wonder what Mary's view is of this, but I'm feeling like the 5-year planning cycle is too short. That we're starting, how do we track progress? We put out a report and then we're going to track progress, but it takes us like a year to really get started. And then we have to have a draft about a year before it's going to be finalized. So we have this very short window for this evaluation of where we've been and how we're doing. I'm wondering if this cycle should be more like 7 years rather than 5 years. Mary, what do you think about that?
I think it's definitely worth having the conversation. As part of the team that's been living the challenges of this update, 5 years does seem very short. Especially to realize progress on some of these really complex efforts and to be able to evaluate it and reflect it. So I think there's a good dialogue to be had there of why 5 years might be too short.
Especially even on the operation and maintenance stuff, to see how we're doing with the progress. I'm just not sure we're allowing enough time to evaluate how the plan is progressing before we start revising the plan again.
Right.
Mr. President, this is Jane again. I think those are good points. And one example is we already gained another year on this 5-year update because of various issues. But I think there's a balance between not letting something lay until it's time to do the update and really planning and being conscious about continuous measurement. Because a couple years of delay on certain things really can be harmful in moving forward the priorities that we have. So it's difficult to balance that, doing the work, planning ahead, analyzing what you've done, but all of those things have to work together. If one gets lost or one says, oh, we don't have to do that for another 7 years, then it might be 14 years before we really address it. It's a dynamic that's really hard to sustain. Necessary, but challenging.
Well, I think the 5 years is important, Joe. And the reason I say that is not that we're going to be measuring any progress, but just to keep the pressure on for sustainable, continual funding. Right now, we've built up a credibility with the Department of Finance that they're sensing we've got some real problems in this deferred maintenance backlog, and that we need to get rid of it. And if we kind of let up for another couple of years, where I'm afraid we're going to lose that momentum of the funding that Chris talked about. And so even though the measurement might not be what you wanted, what you expect, the funding is more important, I believe, to just keep the pressure on for the funding, because there's going to have to be a sustainable funding year to year. I mean, it can't be what we've been doing in the past. It's got to be more, or we're not going to make any progress at all. And that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, I agree, Bill. The thing is, though, if we don't have valid metrics for showing what progress we're making, we're gonna stop being heard. If they say we need more money, we want more money, and then there's no progress, then, you know, they're gonna say, what are you doing with the money?
Well, I know, well, that's why we've got to make progress. That's why we've got to make progress, and keeping the pressure on, I think, is important, not only for funding, but showing actual progress. And this year, I think, you know, with the encroachments and with the other things that Chris described, I think there has been some progress. But anyway.
Yes. Also, you know, I kind of focused a little bit on the climate change, and I just don't feel that there was enough time to properly update the climate change information for this report from when we did the last report. And so we need, maybe there's some things that could have a more frequent updating and others that a more methodical way of tracking things. But anyway, it's good to have a discussion about it. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that. And I think we're going to find that this report really is just going to be kind of a framework discussion on maybe an alternative methodology, the kind of work that the climate experts are contemplating, and just describe that in a little more detail. But you're right about climate change. I don't think we're anywhere near where we should be. The two factors there are precipitation, which we probably have a pretty good handle on, but the temperature is all over the place. So we've got to have better data or something before we land on what the number is. But that's definitely not going to be something that we can rely on for 2022. I don't think we're not there yet, and I think that's what we've been told by the departmental experts, who are pretty good, in my view. Okay, Mary, thank you.
Hey, Bill. Thank you.
Do you have any closing comments you wanted to make?
I guess just the comment to echo a bit what you were talking about our planning cycle. There has been just a general sense from the planning team that because we had to go so lean and mean this time, that it creates special pressure on what we may feel like we need to do for the next update. And if there is some kind of update cycle between a lower level plan update and a higher level one, if we can get the resources and some kind of tempo moving forward, that makes more sense. We're open to those types of dialogues. So thank you.
Okay. Okay, members, if there.
Mr. President, I think Board Member Ramirez had a comment.
Oh, Tim, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind us, I think our June workshop focused on the plan, a little bit to look back and think about how we started, and a little bit also to think about the future. This might be a good place to have this discussion that Joe just started. What really is the purpose? What needs to be updated every 5 years? All of it, some of it. I just wanted to point out that we have time to talk about this, and I'm glad that you guys started the discussion, and it's a good reminder. So maybe we can all take some notes and come prepared to do that in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That'd be a good workshop topic, I think. Okay, any other comments? Okay, members, thank you for that. We'll move on to item 10. And these are the board items. As I said before, item 10A has been removed from the agenda and will be considered by the board at a later time. The board is going to try to intervene in this a little bit and do some discussions and negotiations offline to see if we can narrow down the issues before the matter is brought before the board. This will be item 10. It'll be controversial, even though we spend some time offline talking about it, I'm sure, when it comes to the board. Under item B, Ali Porba and the board staff, Meander Baha of DWR will present this item. This is an action item from the board, and as you see from your agenda is the description of the so-called Big Notch project. So Ali, please.
Good afternoon, President Edgar, members of the board. My name is Ali Porbaho, staff of the board. Next slide, please. About 1 year ago, in May 2020, the board approved the 408 initiation letter for the YOLO bypass salmonid habitat restoration and fish package, which is nicknamed as Big Notch Project, which is located in YOLO bypass. This project plans to alter the federal state flood control system. The purpose of the initial statement of no objection letter was to inform the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers that the board is aware of the scope of the project, has no objection to the project, and also formally requests the Corps to initiate the review. Since then, the requester, the Department of Water Resources, has submitted the 35% and 65% design documents, which has been reviewed by the staff. Next slide, please. To meet the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers 408 guidelines, additional board actions are needed. We are here today to request the board to consider approval of a letter to the board related to operation and maintenance responsibilities. However, before discussing the details of the request, we thought it would be appropriate to present an overview of the project to the board, considering that some of the board members recently joined the board. Now, I would like to invite Manny, DWR's project manager, to present an overview of the project. I will get back to you at the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Ali. Good afternoon, President Edgar and board members. As Ali said, we'll be given a brief refresher on the project and providing an update. Next slide, please. So if you recall, the project is going to be located in the YOLO bypass at the Fremont Weir, more specifically. The Fremont Weir is a 2-mile long fixed crest weir. It receives floodwaters from the Sacramento River and the Sutter bypass approximately 2 out of every 3 years. The design flow for the structure is approximately 340,000 CFS. Over the last century, the weir has been effective at diverting water away from the surrounding cities. Unfortunately, science over the last few decades has indicated the structure can be improved for preserving ecosystem processes. So what's happening is the weir is disconnecting the Sacramento River from the existing floodplain in the YOLO bypass during peak migration periods for endangered fish. Next slide, please. So the project is being implemented for State Water Project and Central Valley Project compliance, and it's to benefit listed endangered federally and state listed fish. And the main objective is to create floodplain habitat for juvenile salmonids and then improve fish passage for adult green sturgeon and salmonids. Next slide, please. So the project will be funded through State Water Project funds and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. Project planning began in 2012. DWR and Reclamation implement an extensive stakeholder outreach process through a series of public workshops, and then developed working teams with NGOs and local landowners. 3 of the 6 alternatives considered in the environmental document were locally developed and NGO developed. I'll note that the Yola bypass, improving fish passage was always a goal there. In regards to enhancing floodplain habitat, the Yola bypass made the most sense because it is designed to receive floodwaters, and all the property within the Yola bypass does exhibit some level of flooding on a routine basis. So we're going to be enhancing the existing hydrology a bit to get more juvenile fish into the Yola bypass and then getting those adults out. Next slide, please. So briefly, a refresher on the project scope. So the image we're looking at to the right is the northern part of the Yola bypass. There's going to be an intake channel that'll be excavated from the Sacramento River to a headwork structure. The headwork structure will house 3 gates that will allow an improved connection to the Sacramento River. Adjacent to the headwork structure, there's going to be a control building pad and a control building that'll house all equipment to operate the gates. And then downstream of the headwork structure, there's going to be a transport channel that'll connect the project to an existing perennial water body, the Tule Pond. And then there's also going to be a pedestrian bridge that'll allow recreationists to cross over the proposed transport channel. Next slide, please. Additionally, further south of the Tule Pond, there's going to be some minor excavation to enhance the connection of from the Tule Pond to the Tule Channel. Again, to make sure that the corridor that fish are going to move in has a good connection. And then there's a local water delivery component that sends water from across the Yola bypass and into the land side of the levee with an RD 1600. That structure is going to be rehabbed to allow for improved fish passage. And then there'll also be a vehicle bridge that'll be constructed there for O&M access. Next slide, please. So the way that the project will operate is anytime between November 1st and March 15th, when the river levels are high enough, water from the Sacramento River will gravity flow into the Yola bypass. So when the river is relatively low, we'll have minor flow coming into the Yola bypass. As the river levels continue to rise and reach overtopping flows, the inflow from the structure would be about 6,000 CFS. So the graphic down on the bottom of the page kind of shows how the inflows will gradually increase as the river rises. Next slide, please. So progress to date, we've concluded the NEPA SEQRA process. A record of decision and notice of determination were filed in 2019. We received the CDFW 1600 permit. We're currently reviewing a draft final of the incidental take permit, and we're aiming to have that wrapped up in the next week or two. And then we also received our water quality certification from the Water Board, and the project has a Section 106 programmatic agreement. And then the work for the 404 approval has been completed and is just in a holding pattern for the 408 to be completed. In regards to the Central Valley Flood Protection Board encroachment permit and the Army Corps of Engineers 408 permission, the agency staffs have completed 65% design review. The agencies, the Corps and the Flood Board have no further comments on the impact analysis. The analysis indicated a modest flow increase at the structure of about 800 CFS and no significant water surface elevation increases. Additionally, a geotechnical analysis was performed and confirmed that cutoff walls are not going to be required in the East Yola bypass levee. And that's mainly because the proposed channels are outside of the levee prism, and they do not cut into any clay blanket. And models were developed to demonstrate that. The last item there is a sediment impact analysis. A SIAM model was developed to further study sedimentation within the Yolo bypass. The analysis indicated that there'd be a 12% increase in sediment within the Fremont Weir Wildlife Area, and most of that's going to fall out within the proposed channels are the area adjacent to that. The analysis also indicated there'd be a 12% decrease in the rest of the Yolo bypass. The project scope does include increased sediment removals within the proposed channels and project footprint. Next slide, please. So next steps to note are the final permit package will be reviewed by the Corps and the Flood Board in July of this year. And then in August, we will request a 408 letter of permission and the encroachment permit from the board. We are planning on doing some site preparation work this year once we get the approvals from the Flood Board and the Corps. And that site preparation work will consist of removing trees from our project footprint to reduce the likelihood of encountering nesting birds the following season, and then also placing fill for the control building pad. It'll take roughly 4 to 6 months for that fill to settle, and we want to make sure that occurs prior to beginning the next construction, beginning construction in May of 2022. Now I'll turn it back to Ali for his slides.
Thank you, Mike, for your presentation. Next slide, please. As mentioned, today we are here to request the board to consider approval a letter to the Corps. The letter has 3 components. The first component is related to impact on public interest. The language in the letter states the improvements will not be injurious to the public interest and will not impair the usefulness of the Sacramento River Flood Control Project. The second component is related to helping the Corps to revise the O&M manual. And the exact language in the letter says, within 180 days of completion of the proposed alteration, the board will provide information to the Corps for the purpose of preparing a revised operation and maintenance manual for this portion of the Sacramento River Flood Control Project, and as-built drawings, plan, and specifications for the alterations. And the third component is related to O&M responsibilities based on the 1953 agreement between the state of California and federal government, in which the state of California accepts responsibility for the O&M and transfer it to the local maintaining agencies. The exact language in the letter states the state of California, acting through the board, will accept the altered project for operation and maintenance and hold and save the United States free from damage due to the construction works. These are part of the 408 guidelines that we need to provide to the Corps. Next slide, please. This is my last slide. Here we staff recommendation. The staff recommends that the board approve the draft no objection letter to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in substantially the form provided, and delegate the executive officer to sign and send the letter to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. As mentioned, toward the end of summer, we will come to the board for the permitting of the project. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ali. Questions from the board? Tim?
Thanks, Ali, and thanks for that reminder. I think I know the answer to these questions, but let me ask them just to make sure I do. Who's responsible currently for operating the weir specifically?
So DWR is the, oh, yeah, Ali, I'll go ahead and
Go
field
ahead,
this.
please.
The weir and the Fremont Weir Wildlife Area are maintained by DWR SAC Maintenance Yard. And for flood planning and protection purposes, that'll continue to remain the same.
So that was the next question. In the future, DWR will operate the new facility. There's no change in responsibility, just more responsibility.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
I have a question. Based
Oh,
on
Joe?
Tim's expansion of Tim's question. So the SAC maintenance yard is going to operate the weir for the fish? Somehow that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. Good afternoon, board member, countrymen. So the project footprint lies within the area that's currently maintained by SAC Maintenance Yard. So the channel is something that they would normally clear anyway. And so that's what I meant, that they'll have that responsibility. However, anything in addition to what they're currently doing will be kind of organized behind the scenes on how DWR's funding is managed. So in regards to actually managing the gates and making decisions on when to open the gate or close the gate, that'll all be handled through state water project funding. But since we're working in the SAC Maintenance Yard's area of responsibility, we're coordinating closely with them, and many of the activities from a flood control perspective are going to remain the same, where Casey Lund and his team go out and remove debris on an annual basis after a flood event, maintain some vegetation in the area. All of that from a flood protection perspective is going to remain the same. The add-on is going to be the operations of the gates, and then we're coordinating closely on how that'll be done.
Yeah, the maintenance part, I get it. The gate operation now seems like almost a fish and wildlife responsibility to make those kinds of decisions. I don't know.
Mr. President, this is Jane Dolan. As I understand this step, it begins the finalization of the design. We will approve, I assume, the permit. And part of this also is developing the operation and maintenance manual changes. And that's where the discussion will be as to how that actually gets done. This is very different than the way the Fremont Weir has been up to this point. So the O&M manual will change, and we will see that and adopt it. I think I had that right.
Well, yeah, Jane, that doesn't, I think, answer Joe's question. Joe's question is the operations and manual is simply going to say it's the state's responsibility. What Joe is saying, well, who in the state is going to do it? And the question was the state maintenance yard going to do it, or the operations center, or Fish and Wildlife, or who? That's the question. And the court,
No, I get that. And I think the answer is to be determined.
Yeah, but that would be in the permit, I would think.
Yes, better be. Gotta assign it to somebody.
Right. Is that the way you're looking at it, Mander?
Yes. So the encroachment permit currently states that DWR will be responsible for maintaining the structure. And we're very cognizant of the important role that the flood maintenance team has. And we're by no means are we going to add anything additional to their plate without making sure they have the resources and funding included to take it on, and acknowledge that flood protection's highest priority for them. So some of those details on how the staffing and funding arrangements are being worked out. My earlier comment was most activities that are that occur after the flood season are essentially going to remain the same. The operations component of it, we're looking into additional staffing, and for that staffing, state water project funding will be used.
Oh, well, that's the real question. Who operates the gates? Not who. I don't think there's any question about who maintains it, but who operates it. That's going to be the question, I think.
Yes.
And as far as the Corps is concerned, they don't care. It's the state of California, whoever's in charge at the state, and that's for us to work out. But the Corps, in this particular action, I don't. We're just laying the groundwork for the Corps to go ahead and do the 408 work. So anyway.
For the encroachment permit, it sounds like the board is requesting to be more specific in our in listing out who the operator will be.
Oh yeah, the maintenance office has very little to do with operating. I don't think do that. I don't know that they do that at all.
They do not.
No, they don't.
If we have a history, they could open and close the gate if somebody tells them to.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know if they have the expertise to know when they should open and close the gate.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. They do mostly the maintenance, not the and
like that work.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, understood, and we'll make sure there's a paragraph in the encroachment permit that expands on that. DWR is working with CDFW and NIMS, and there's a coordinating operation team that lays all this out on how the structures to be operated and when. So I'll work with Ali to make sure that's documented in the encroachment permit.
Okay, that's I think what would be helpful, right?
Will do.
Okay, thanks. Okay, what's the pleasure of the board? We need an action on the staff recommendation.
I move approval of the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay. Thank you. It's been moved by Joe Countryman, seconded by Tim Ramirez, that the staff recommendation be approved. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously by the board. Thank you, Ali and Mander. We appreciate that.
Mr. President, can we have roll call on these hearings or these approvals by the board, please?
Okay, you want one on this one?
Yes, please.
Okay. Item we're under 10B. Ryan, could you call the roll, please?
Board Member Griego,
Yes.
Board Member Johnson,
Aye.
Board Member Ramirez,
Aye.
Board Member Valines,
Aye.
Board Member Countryman,
Yes.
Vice President Dolan,
Yes.
and President Edgar.
Yes. Thank you, members. We're under item 10C. Angelis Kalisko and all her friends will be making this informational presentation to the board. This is an emergency action that was taken with the approval of a resource agreement that was done. So this work has been done under an emergency agreement. Angelis, I had one question on this. Did you how do we deal with a permit in these kinds of situations? We just not have a permit or not?
Good afternoon, President Edgar.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there currently is no permit. and I think Charlie is going to elaborate on some of that. He will cover that through his presentation. The site
Okay.
was intended to be developed as a recreational area with proper permitting, but that did not occur.
Right. Oh, is that the true, is that how we handle all emergency actions? We just go ahead and do it with an emergency resource agreement, but just don't permit it at all? Is that the way it works?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. So this particular action, the agreement itself was executed to allow for the funding to be shared with the district.
Okay.
There are no permanent features remaining on site that require a board permit.
Okay, but if they did, we would just issue it retroactively or something?
Correct. So our regulations require that any emergency approvals or any emergency actions come with an after the fact permit.
After the fact permit. Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you. In this particular one, there isn't one because it's not required that we have a permit.
Correct.
In the event. Okay, thank you. Please proceed then.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, President Edgar, members of the board. Angeles Calizo, Enforcement Section Chief. And I'm here this afternoon to address you with, along with a few other presenters, Charlie Miller, Mr. Brad Matson, and Andra Lecone, that will be providing you a briefing on the resources agreement that was executed between the board and Reclamation District 1500 that was intended to assist the district in regaining the ability to properly inspect and maintain the levee area along the Sacramento River in Knights Landing. And I will now turn it over to Charlie Miller, who will provide you with more details on this.
Next slide, please, Ryan. Good afternoon, President Edgar and members of the board. My name is Charlie Miller, and I'm an enforcement engineer assigned to this project.
Charlie, could I just stop you for a sec? Could
Sure.
you speak up, please? We can't hear you very well.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
That is better. Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
Thank you.
Getting used to this new thing. I'll just hold it up. As you can see on this slide, the project is located approximately 3.5 miles north of Knights Landing on the left bank of the Sacramento River in Reclamation District 1500, Unit Number 1. Next slide, please, Ryan. This slide is showing an aerial view of the extents of the project. The camping sites were located along a 3,000-foot stretch of the waterside berm on land owned in fee by the board through the Sacramento and San Joaquin Drainage District. This area is outlined in blue in the slide above. Next slide, please, Ryan. The project site was originally intended for recreational use by Sutter County and built as a part of the United States Army Corps of Engineers Sacramento Bank Protection Project in 1972. In September of 1972, the board executed an agreement with Sutter County whereby Sutter County accepted responsibility for the operation and maintenance activities of the recreation area once completed. An excerpt of this agreement is shown on the bottom right of the slide. In November of 1972, Sutter County and Reclamation District 1500 entered into an agreement with each other to establish area of responsibilities regarding the project site. RD 1500 agreed to maintain the waterside levee slope, and the county agreed to maintain the waterside berm where the recreation area was to be located. This is shown on the top right of the slide. Unfortunately, the area was never developed as intended by Sutter County. Next slide, please. So this slide here shows the Army Corps as-built from 1972, which clearly delineate a parking area on the levee crown shown in green, a picnic area on the berm shown in blue, and 2 pipe gates for access control to the recreation area shown in red. Language is also included in the operation and maintenance manual speaking to the upkeep of the recreation area. Next slide, please. In July of 2019, Reclamation District 1500 reached out to board staff for assistance with the area as their ability to perform inspections and maintenance on the levee had become difficult due to the growing number of campsites. They also shared images of winter water levels rising up to the level of the RVs and campsites, clearly showing a significant public safety hazard. Staff then reached out to Sutter County in November of 2019 to collaborate on the growing flood control risk, but no resolution was found at that time. Meanwhile, the conditions at the project area continue to worsen. Campers were planting trees on the levee slopes, burning trash, and accumulating debris that could be washed downstream in a high water event. At this point, staff and management determined that an emergency resources agreement as a temporary measure was necessary to reduce flood control risks in the area. Thanks to Detta Hunt and Cheryl Rowe of DWR, an emergency resources agreement was executed on March 11th, 2021, providing $50,000 for 3,300 linear feet of K-rail and the installation of 2 pipe gates. Next slide, please. So this slide here shows the clear increase of camps on the waterside berm of the levee along the north side of the project area from late 2018 to late 2020. Next slide, please. Here's another slide showing the buildup of campsites on the waterside crown shoulder from 2018 to 2020. And here's one more slide showing the buildup from 2019 to 2020, further north in the project area. Please note also the uncontrolled access to the waterside berm by vehicles. As you can see in the picture on the right, there is significant damage to the levee slope by vehicles in rainy/muddy conditions. Next slide, please. So the 20-foot sections of K-rail were successfully delivered on site March 11, 2021, thanks to Tykert Construction. And thanks must also be given to Brad Matson and John Scott of Reclamation District 1500 for closely coordinating the on-site operations on the day of delivery. They had front-end loaders available and multiple staff working overtime to install the K-rail sections along the levee slope toe, leaving 3 ramps open to allow egress of vehicles. The placement of the sections was finished by the next day, March 12th. Next slide. So once the placement of the K-rail was finished, board staff then coordinated with Sutter County Deputy Andre Licon to begin the abatement process of campers within the project area. Next slide, please. And I believe he already went over a fairly general breakdown of the abatement process, but now he's going to go into more specific details as regards this project. So go ahead, Andre. Are you on the call, Andre? I think I heard you or saw you on here earlier.
Just a reminder, it's *6 to unmute yourself if you're on the phone.
Right.
There we go. Let's try that again. I didn't realize I'd gotten remuted. I apologize. So what we had done prior to the placement of the K-rail for about 6 months or maybe even up to a year prior to this, we had reached out to the individuals that were living down there to see if they were interested in services, kind of see where they were at and address their needs, also determine their place of origin. And the vast majority of the folks who were residing there were all from Yolo County. It seems that there had been some misinformation that was disseminated by individuals in Yolo County saying that they could come there and that that was a legalized camping area for them. So once we corrected that information, we did several contacts with the subjects to see if they were interested in shelter or services, at which point I think we might have had one individual that took advantage of those offers. And so once the K-rail was placed, then we proceeded with the steps that I'd mentioned earlier in terms of education and outreach. So we did 2 contacts before there was any kind of notification for abatement, just to see if folks would take advantage of those opportunities for shelter, for services, for replacement, relocation. And there were no takers. And then a 3rd contact was made, at which point we advised them of the pending abatement of their encampments. And that was further clarified by the placement of the K-rail. I think at that point, folks took it a bit more seriously. And then we did another contact with those folks and served them the notices, which are the yellow notice of intent to abate that you see on the presentation screen there. At that point, the folks were given a week to move their encampments or collect their belongings. We offered assistance for storage if they needed it, assistance for towing, things like that. And then the following week, with joint services that I coordinated from Department of Fish and Game as well as CHP and the Sutter County Sheriff's Office, we went down and began the removal of vehicles and encampments. So Any questions on any of those aspects or those steps? Okay. Additional resources that we utilized in the cleanup process were not only staff and equipment from the RD crew, but also the county road department. So we had a dump truck and a backhoe inloader type device, as well as staff for that to help not only move the vehicles, but help the tow trucks get them out if they were boxed in or trapped in or immobile. And then we also used that to clean up debris that was left on the ground. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Andre. Ryan, next slide, please. By April 14th, 2021, the abatement process had been completed and a majority of the waste on the waterside berm had been removed. K-rail sections were also placed across the levee ramps to block ingress and egress to the berm by vehicles. I know that the pictures in the slide were taken on April 14th. Next slide, please. So now I'd like to turn the presentation over to Brad Matson of Reclamation District 1500 to speak on the local maintaining agency perspective. Go ahead, Brad.
Thank you, Charlie, and thank you, members of the board. I appreciate the effort that was put into getting this agreement done, and also the assistance to getting it moved forward. It's been basically 4 years since I took over as general manager at 1500 to get moving. And I also want to thank a big, huge thank to John Scott, who put a tremendous amount of effort into putting it together, and also to members of our staff, and also to the county, and especially Angelise and Charlie for their help in what we eventually put together. We had a great working relationship with our local partners, Sutter County. We also had some great help from local interests, local landowners. They donated their big 18-wheeler dump trucks to haul some debris away, and that was a big help. And also we also had some help from different landowners to supply some equipment to help get some stuff out of the way. So I want big thanks to that, and good local efforts to get all those done. And lastly, this has been a problem for us as we move forward with RD activities as far as maintaining the levee. It's been quite an effort to work around this area because of the encampments. There is a revegetation site put in by the Army Corps that has been mostly destroyed because of the encampment, and the levee has been really neglected that area because we could not get in and maintain it. Lastly, this is a parcel that's owned fee title by the Sacramento San Joaquin Drainage District, and I would like to propose today that we start working on a plan, maybe a multi-benefit type project, where we could come together and develop a use for this ground that could improve, public access, but it could also maybe improve habitat for species. I would gladly volunteer to lead this effort with the board and make sure that we do everything in our power to make sure that this kind of thing doesn't happen again. Because this is, it was detrimental to the local communities, and it's also not good for the people that were living there, and they're kind of down on their luck, and I hate to see that there. I don't have next steps, but I just want to throw that out there that I would like to work with the board and the Sacramento San Joaquin Drainage District to move forward with a use for this ground instead of letting it set like it is now. It's kind of unsightly with having the K-rail there, and I really think that we could develop it into a better area. That's all I have, Charlie. Thank you.
Have any questions for Brad before we move on?
This is Jane Dolan. Thank you, Brad Mattson, for that. One of the steps going forward is to look at this long-time agreement with Frederick County and to update and amend. So that will.
Sorry, we moved ahead on the slides a little bit early.
Yeah.
I was going to go over that. Sorry, Jane. Member Dolan. Yeah. Okay. Sorry to cut you off. Yeah. So thank you all. Thank you, Brad. Sorry. Were there any more questions for Brad?
The question, Charlie, this is Bill Edgar. Does this project, would this project that Brad alluded to fit the guidelines for the Small Communities Project grant program? Do you know?
I wouldn't know that. I'm not sure who the expert or the person overseeing that is.
Okay.
I think it could, Chairman Edgar, I believe it could. We are working with the small community of Robbins, and I really believe that it could fit into that small community's realm. It's one of the multiple different funding opportunities I think we could have. There might be some Prop 68 funds as well that could be used for this type of project.
Okay, well, that's one source of funding that just comes to mind. But go ahead, Charlie.
Thank you, President Edgar. So RD 1500, Reclamation District 1500 activities moving forward include disposal of all waste remaining on the site, resurfacing the damaged levee slopes, and replacement of the 2 access pipe gates shown earlier in the slides on the Army Corps as-built. They will also recommence regular operation and maintenance activities. Next slide. So the next step for the board include the following. Staff will need to continue coordinating with the Army Corps on project details, linking the placement of the K-rails to operation and maintenance, the operation and maintenance manual allowed activities. Dissolve or modify the existing agreement between the board and Sutter County, allowing the creation of the recreational area in the first place, and begin the contract closeout process, which includes reimbursing Reclamation District 1500 for the upfront purchase of the K-rails and the installation of the access pipe gates. Additionally, the board will be reimbursing Sutter County for vehicle disposal costs. Next slide, please. In conclusion, this project was only a temporary measure to address an immediate flood and public safety concern at this location. But this site is an example of growing issue faced by the board and local maintaining agencies within the state plan of flood control. Thank you for your attention. At this time, I will try to answer any questions you have regarding the project.
Okay, thanks, Charlie. The board have any questions, any comments at this point?
I will, Mr. President.
Yes.
So I just wanted to thank everybody for the presentations and for coming here. It's a very, unfortunate circumstance for everybody involved. It seems that you all handled it very well, given the hand that you were dealt. And I look forward to hearing more about this and the follow-up to Mr. Mattson's suggestion that there, could be another good project out there for future use of the site. And I hope that's true.
Any other comments? Any comments from the public? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
This was an informational briefing, Mr. President, so
Oh,
we're
right.
not asking
I'm-
for an action item. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Leslie. Okay, we're under item 10 is another informational report by Ruth Darling. This is a continuation of our effort to get these regional planning presentations before the board, so you're informed of those. Ruth Darling will start off. Ruth, good afternoon, I guess.
Good afternoon. Thank you, President Edgar. Good afternoon, board members. As President Edgar indicated, my name is Ruth Darling. I'm a program manager for the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. And I don't have much of a role in this presentation. I will shortly hand it over to Reggie Hill, who's with the Lower San Joaquin Levy District. And I did see Reggie on video, so thank you for joining us today, Reggie, and sharing with us the Regional Flood Management Plan accomplishments to date, the challenges that are affecting the RFMP, and Reggie will also cover policy-related and implementation issues that are affecting the region as well. So with that, I will hand it over to Reggie.
Oh, thank you, Ruth.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, afternoon, President Edgar, members of the board and staff. My name is Reggie Hill. I'm the Executive Director of the San Joaquin River Flood Control Project Agency, which is the JPA for governance purposes of the RFMP for the Upper San Joaquin River regions. And like I said, I appreciate the opportunity to give you an update as to how things are progressing in our area. The next slide, please, Ryan. Everybody has a copy of this PowerPoint, but I'm just going to touch upon a few things and not read verbatim of what you're looking at. But the map there basically shows the region that we're talking about on the Upper San Joaquin, and it's basically almost a footprint of the Lower San Joaquin Levy District boundary. And as you can see, that it's pretty much rural, and as to a number, it's 95% rural. But we do have some state plan of flood control facilities in the region, and also we have some disadvantaged communities. And also we're trying to, as you see in the map in the upper right-hand part of it, the city of Merced, which is subject to the SB 5 200-year protection requirements, that we're trying to assist them in trying to accomplish that. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is like what Ruth was talking about. We're talking about some reasonable accomplishments, and basically, instead of reading again verbatim what you're looking at, you can do that on your own. But basically, we're looking at accomplishments that have happened. Black Rascal Creek, which is a flood control project in Merced County, and it's working. It's a working for a 200-year urban level of protection for the city of Merced. And there's also in a disadvantaged community called Franklin Beechwood, it's also working to provide a 100-year protection for that community. And also the Merced Streams Group, which is part of the JPA in Merced County, has secured $10 million from the Natural Resource Conservation Service for their projects on the Merced Streams. Referring back to the Franklin Beechwood area, they have received $500,000 for a feasibility study from the Small Community Flood Risk Reduction Program to assist in their direction. And also the Merced Stream Group has received $9.7 million in state implementation funding in 2020 from DWR's Small Communities Flood Risk Reduction Program. And basically you're also looking at what the RFMP has accomplished is helping to decrease deferred maintenance. Under Prop 84, Madera County was provided $9.4 million for 300,000 tons of sediment and arundel removal in one of their sloughs. And also Madera County has received from FMAP for the last three fiscal years, permitting for vegetation removal and rodent abatement. And the deferred maintenance program, which has been provided to the Lower San Joaquin Levy District, has given us or supplied over $300,000 to perform video inspections of 190 levee pipe penetrations, and that's of to date. We're now in the next phase of that to try and finish up the pipe penetration video inspections. Like I said, we have 328 pipes in our system, and we're asking for an adjustment in the number to help go and finish that inspection, which has a sunset date of June of 22 next year. And also something that also has an accomplishment that I've talked to with the flood board is the Great Valley Grasslands application to breach the existing project levees on the San Joaquin River in Merced County at 3 locations to establish a hydraulic connection so that they can do some floodplain restoration. And they are in the process of acquiring $4.9 million for that project. And also, like I said, that was done last fall, I believe. And now it's just a matter of going through that process. And as far as us on the local side, on the levy district, we've used, through the help of the RFMP, acquire some FSRP money to where we gravelled 30.5 miles of levee roads. What that means to us is that on our annual budget, we only put in about 5 miles a year. So basically it allowed us to catch up on 6 years of work, and that was very beneficial. And also we've got some FSRP money to do some rehabilitation of electronic equipment. Like I said, the system that we maintain was built in the 1960s, so the electronic equipment is of that date, which means it's probably 1950s quality. So there was always an issue of trying to find some replacement parts and also trying to keep it running. And in that FSRP grant money, we also did some wiring upgrades for all the control structures with motors and lifts and wires. And of those four flood control structures, it's a hard word to say, there are 22 radial gates that are on these bypass systems, of which those things are needed to operate. Also, there was $2.5 million was awarded to Madera County to address 2017 and 2018 flood damage, repairing seepage berms near the roads on Burinda Slough, and also the city of Firebaugh is now under a study for a flood risk reduction feasibility study. Next one, please. Okay, now we can break it down into basically the challenges that are afforded or in front of the RFMP, and basically we're working, like I said, I'm not going to read verbatim for that, but just touch upon, and I'll break it down into the agencies within the RFMP who have projects where there are challenges. As you can see, there's the Army Corps deauthorization. There's limited funds on flood management, the reduced flood bypass conveyance because of subsidence and sedimentation, and also the permit issues, permitting restrictions that are facing all the proposed projects on the RFMP list. Next slide, please. Now, looking at it, this is one of the regional issues that we have is something that we have reestablished again with some conversation early this week. Thank you very much, Darren Soon, who spearheaded a meeting to where we started talking about how to group ourselves to talk to the Army Corps about reauthorizing and getting federal recognition for the San Joaquin River Flood Control Project, and so it can be eligible for PL 8499 recovery funding. And like I said, that was a group meeting earlier this week, and that was staff. And also we're looking to establish any kind of assistance we can with the project if their Corps refuses to consider federal authorization. And that has to do with the second bullet there, which would be the direct assistance rehabilitation funding for projects, because we have extreme subsidence and sedimentation that is occurring. Like I said, the level of protection for this project is a 50-year design, but as we all know, that is pretty much gone out the window. We're looking at probably half of that. And like I said, we cover parts of 3 counties, which is over 300,000 acres, and most of it is prime agricultural land. Next slide, please, Ryan. Yeah, in the Merced area, like I said, there is a JPA there. It's a partnership between the city of Merced and the county of Merced and the Merced Irrigation District for O&M for the Merced Stream Group, which includes 107 miles of channels. And also they're working to try and complete a 408 permit process for the Black Rascal Flood Control Project. And that would be very critical in keeping the project on its schedule. There also is a need to evaluate governance options due to increasing permitting requirements and O&M costs for all of the projects that they're trying to push. And what's very important is the FloodMAR program is a collaborative effort that provides great opportunity to utilize floodwaters for groundwater recharge, and they're working with MID on that particular spot for the Merced area. And like I said, per SB 5, the city of Merced is trying to achieve the 200-year flood protection, and also for the disadvantaged community of Franklin Beechwood, which is trying to pursue its 100 years. Next slide, please. In the Madera area of the RFMP, there's basically a lot of things that need to be done. And one of the biggest things is the Madera County Flood Control Agency. They maintain 75 miles of channels and 25 miles of state planted flood control levees on their two sloughs, Ash and Berinda, and also on their river systems of the Fresno and Chowchilla rivers. They also need for improvements to the SPFC levees so they can regain their PL 8499 eligibility. And there are many proposed projects in the Madera area that will use floodwaters for groundwater recharge. And that's the whole perspective of looking at flood flows that come through the area. Is everybody's going to now take a different approach to how to utilize that. And one of the really important things for Madera County on their O&M is they have a deficit because it's challenging because 80% of special district budget that they have has been redirected to schools since the early 1990s for a state mandated program. So basically he's working with Stephanie at Madera County. They're trying to find a need to develop additional funding strategies. Next slide, please. And the exchange contractors, I don't know how many are familiar with them, but they are basically four water agencies who have an exchange contract with the Bureau of Reclamation for water that's diverted out of the San Joaquin and the water that they get from Northern California. And basically the exchange contractors, they serve over 240,000 acres, and it's all prime ag land along the corridor of the San Joaquin River. They play a critical role in the San Joaquin River flood operations, the water supply management, and addressing groundwater and subsidence issues. An example is the Western Madera and Merced County subsidence solutions, which will reduce deep groundwater pumping that has caused significant subsidence and impacts to local infrastructure and the conveyance of the flood facilities. Next slide, please. And basically you have the community of the Fireball, which is basically in need of some great assistance. And basically the Fireball is subject to frequent flooding from the San Joaquin River, which runs right through the heart of the city. And due to a lack of those local resources, flood fighting in the city of Fireball has always been undertaken by DWR in previous events. And everybody's looking to get that changed. So therefore the Fireball is utilizing a multi-benefit flood management project flood risk reduction feasibility study, which was funded by DWR. It's in the process to try and identify some potential alternatives to having the state always having to show up to save their city. Next slide, please. And a big player is in the Merced County area is the San Luis National Wildlife Refuge. As you can see, there is a copy of a study that was done in the year 2000, and basically that was spearheaded by Kim Forrest from the Wildlife Refuge to try and get some water out of the flood system onto refuge property to do some floodplain restoration. At that time, again, the perspective, this is back in 2000, was different than it is today, is they wanted to look at it as a multi-benefit project, but the amount of water flow that they could take off during a flood event was minimal, and therefore it was difficult to find funding for the purposes of classifying it a multi-benefit to get the project done. But now we're looking at the RFMP. We've got 84 total projects in the plan, and quite a few of them are similar to what San Luis proposed in 2000. So they're basically, if just a mosaic of small projects that can take maybe 1/10 or 2/10 off water surface elevation, you put those together and make a significant difference on the water surface elevation downstream in the cities of Modesto and Stockton. So basically, if you understand what the refuge does, it provides habitat for a wide array of wildlife, including waterfowl, shorebirds, and other wetland-dependent wildlife. It has songbirds, uplands, associated wildlife, and endangered species, and they have a terrific public visitation area so you can enjoy all of those things. And there are many potential projects they identified in the 2015 RFMP to use floodwaters for restoration benefits, such as what I just mentioned. And like I said, the one that you're looking at there is the West Bear Creek project, is one of the largest opportunities that has been considered by the Wildlife Service. And the Wildlife Service is also coordinating with the San Joaquin River Restoration Program to identify opportunities for restoration. Like I said, this is just one of the many mosaic small proposed projects that can have a large impact that will cumulatively make an improvement downstream. There is no one single large project that was going to be focused on. Like I said, we have a lot of small individual projects that are definitely going to be an improvement. Next slide, please. Okay, just to wrap it up here, just an overall region issues. The development of multi-benefit projects is critical to preserving the highly productive ag lands and the variety of habitats that support fish and wildlife species in our region. This region supports environmental and agricultural stewardship and is a strong advocate for the synergies between flood, water supply, ecosystem, and groundwater management. Multi-benefit projects promote and utilize creative operations, partnerships, and funding opportunities that optimize the limited resources that are available in our area. The projects identified in the 2015 RFMP will work to reduce flood risk and preserve and enhance the agricultural economy and environmental resources of the region. And this is all done by all the multiple meetings that was arranged and all of the participants attending and plugging in their information to make this thing feasible and to everybody's agreeable to. So these basin-wide studies provide opportunities, like I said, for our collaboration and development of regional strategies for flood risk reduction and habitat restoration. I've always advocated that communication is very vital in this endeavor. And like I said, you can't just be an island out there. You've got to reach out beyond yourself to the regions around you and downstream and upstream and see what's going on and see what people can do to work together to make things better. So at that point, I'll be quiet. Like I said, this is information. I'm not requiring any response from you, but I am open to any questions if you have any. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Reggie. That was excellent, and I think provided the board with an update on where we are at this point with regard to that area. Any questions from the board? Okay, thank you, members. This is an informational item, so we'll thank you, Reggie, and thank you, Ruth, for making that presentation. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Ruth, for your work at getting this available. Thank you.
Okay, members, we're on item 11, the executive officers reports, and you have these reports in your packets today for today's meetings. Board administration, operations branch, plan implementation and compliance, and environmental services and land management branch. Leslie, if you wouldn't mind, your EO report came in last night, and you're looking ahead for board information report came in. Do you have anything you want to add to that?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to note, if you will, on the second page, there were a number of items that were linked to the report. And I know sometimes there have been difficulties accessing those links. I would just ask if any board members were unable to get them. If you would let me know, we can send them to you in a different format. Hopefully those links are all working at this point, though.
Mm-hmm.
There was also an article sent by Joe Countryman that was linked in there that I found very interesting. Hopefully you all had an opportunity to read it about subsidence in Corcoran. And, you know, we're just open to any questions you might have. I would note on the look ahead, one thing for you. The August workshop that we had envisioned as the tribal consultation for the plan is going to need to be postponed just due to the plan update coming out and how that timing is working out. So at this time, we don't have a replacement for that August workshop, and we don't know exactly when it might be rescheduled, but I will keep you updated with that as we get it.
Okay.
Leslie, does that mean hold the date or?
If you could hold the date for now, please, still. We do have a number of other topics. I just don't know if any of them are going to be ready in August. We had this schedule set out well in advance. It's just logistics. And it doesn't make sense to try and do a tour of flood facilities in August. So that's not really an option for us either.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, members. One thing the board may note, I did ask Leslie on the look ahead to maybe in that one section of the report to take 5 or 6 major issues that are coming before the board in the next few months, just to give the boards a heads up of the tough ones that we'll be facing, either enforcement hearing or something such as the one we continued for today, the slough project in the Delta, or something like that, that we know is going to be controversial, just to give you a little time ahead to prepare. And she and Michael will be doing that. Okay, we're on item 12, the board comments and committee updates. Are there any comments and committee updates at this point?
This is Jane. I think the updated advisory committee has been well done.
Okay. Mary Jane, let me ask you a question. Did you get a chance to sit down with Mark List on the budget for the subventions program? You were going to do that?
Yeah, we did. Yes, I did.
Oh, you did? Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, then on item 13, upcoming meetings and topics, you have them there on the agenda. We have no revisions to that, I don't believe. Item 14 is our closed session. So at this time, we'll recess this meeting to a closed session, and we'll meet on the Zoom link that has been designated for this purpose when you get a chance to get over there, hopefully in a couple of minutes. At this point, this meeting is recessed.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Leslie, do we leave this meeting and go to a separate one, right?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay, and Bill. Okay, great. Thanks.